That wasn't the game RNGing me. That was on me. 3, 2, 1. That was 100% on me. Like, there's no other doubt about it. That was... I messed that up. Come on. I had a very good Bruno as well for once. That hurts. That actually does hurt. I mean, it's a shame because, like, my plan for tonight was if we could have got a Yakuza 0 run off the ground, I probably would have done a back-to-back Yakuza 0 run into Judgment. Which, yeah, is 6.5 hours on top of a 4-hour run, but I don't know, I just felt like it. Now, not looking likely. And I don't think changing the Judgment would fix things. I got 2 doubles out of that. Fuck! I was surprised about that. Okay, angry one. Take care of him first. Do it again, because he'll break out again, hopefully. Yep, good. I don't have to worry about him interrupting my combos. Missed a hit, so we have to do another. Okay, decent. That'll do. Good first tutorial for once. Didn't mess it up. But basically, whenever you see guys with a red aura like that, the aggro, you want to take them first. They're the ones that are going to interrupt your combos the most. They're the ones that also have like a slight tiny bit of hyper armor to them. Hey, Sin4000, hope you're doing good. But that's essentially why you want to make sure that you take care of aggro guys first. Like, you always know that they're going to break out of your guard. Well, not guard, your grab. After a few hits. So, that's why I wanted to grab him twice. Because, you know, I knew it'd be aggro and then attack after that. So. I'm very glad nobody else aggroed. If I had 2 aggros there, that would have been possibly a little rough. But that wasn't too bad. It was pretty good. I'm alright. I'm hungry. I'm going to go for a food break at some point. Hopefully during Cabaret if we can get there. It should be in like 2 hours time. If not, I'll go grab some food during one of these resets. Alright, if we could have another good tutorial too, that'd be nice. This tutorial should never go wrong. This tutorial is like one of just the easiest tutorials you've seen in your life. And yet for some reason I keep messing it up. Today anyway. Doesn't bode well for the rest of the run if I'm messing up the easy stuff. Okay, so you want to do this heat move specifically because this one's the quickest one. Gonna punch this guy so he doesn't run and attack me. Also gives time for the heat to refresh to do another heat move. I shouldn't have taken him so far away from the other one there. Nice. Good. Excellent. We'll take that. Excellent. Right. Well, unless we get the random fight spawn in the middle of the street that happens exceptionally rarely, we're getting a Bruno again. I don't know if Sloth was just memeing on that Hexo, but he was talking about a good luck fairy, so... Don't know if that counts. There it is. Oh.
No.
I love how Fury just spins there. Alright, so... Phoenix Spirit. It's not damage, but heat goes up when our HP is low. Excuse me, I hit so. Thank you. Placebo Fairy, well.
Yakuza?
Unfortunately, we do have to skip karaoke because karaoke takes up too much time. Which does suck because I love karaoke. Karaoke in this game is so good as well. I'm looking forward to 7, seeing if they have new songs for karaoke. I have my reservations, considering none of the games in the Club Sega seem to be different. So I have a suspicion they're going to be the same karaoke songs as Kiwami 2. We'll see. We'll see. As long as there's like one new song, I'll be happy. If they're all just literally the same songs, I'll be upset. That's why I'm kind of upset about the Club Sega not changing in Yakuza 7. It's kind of like, we've been doing these minigames since bloody Yakuza 0. It's like, the reason why it worked for Kiwami 2 and Judgment is because they added at least one new minigame in the Club Sega. But there's not anything, there's no new ones in Club Sega. There's new minigames, and those minigames look phenomenal. But you need to add at least one new, like, actual game to Club Sega. Or at least bring back the games that they haven't figured out the... I assume they haven't figured out the physics for in this engine yet, which is like bowling and pool, etc. Okay, good. No bad spawn. We're okay. Alright, we're getting to Bruno. We're getting a good old Bruno again. And that's the only disappointment about the Yakuza 7 footage for me. That's it. It's just... not as much, like, difference in the Club Sega as I would have liked. I understand why they still use the same games, but it would have been just nice to see, like, at least one new game. That's all. Because it was kind of cool getting Motor Raid in Kiwami 2, which, like, hadn't seen a release outside of Japan. Like, that was super cool. Or am I thinking Judgment? There's Fighting Vipers as well. I think I'm getting them mixed up. I mean, you had Virtual On in Kiwami 2 as well, so, like, Kiwami 2 was super cool for that. Maybe they do have new games, they just haven't revealed them yet. That would also be cool. But, I don't know. I don't know. Especially with the fact that, like, leveling and, like, leveling jobs seem to be more tied into, like, doing the mini-games. So having to do those same mini-games to completion again after having done them, like, in the last couple of games is just... I don't know. I don't know. Just would have liked something mixed up a bit. That's it. It just must be hard with licensing and stuff like that. Really, really hard.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Revo. Thank you for the host. Hope your stream went well. Honestly, I'm looking forward to the Yakuza 7 a lot. I'm curious, like, if it'll be out around April or, like, around August, because those seem to be the Yakuza release times these days. It's, like, one around March/April, one around August, etc. Which, considering we're getting Yakuza 3 HD in February, I assume Yakuza 7 will be, like, August. But that's a big assumption. Look how quickly they got Judgment out. You never know. Their localization team, the Sega's localization team, has been doing absolute wonders. So, don't mind a little bit of a break between bloody 5 HD and 7 at all. Go down, Bruno. And stay down. Oh, I missed my opportunity, got up on the quick one again. That sucks. I hate you, Bruno, so much. I'm just gonna carry on. I don't think that was, like, a necessarily bad Bruno, but it wasn't a good Bruno. It's definitely not a good Bruno, but I'm just gonna carry on. I'm tired of resetting a Bruno. Alright, see you later, everybody. Thank you again for the host. Alright, so in this part, I did mention it before, in this part specifically, I'm looking for, like, that bottom subtitle text there means that there's an enemy spawn to our right. That could mean there's an enemy spawn nearby, But there is one to our right, which hopefully means there won't be one here to the left. There is not, which is good. This is obviously the quickest way through, and you can have an enemy spawn in this alleyway, but you can get basically a whole bunch of different enemy spawns. You've got the normal, like, 3 enemies that, like, walk towards you and alert you. Those are the ones that can be in, like, that alleyway there. You can also have the ones where there's enemies picking on pedestrians. That's one of those that spawned. They're nice because you can hear them, like, quite a way away, and then you know that there shouldn't be a fight spawn around you, but sometimes there will be. So you do have to be a little careful. Like, the one that we got there was, like, an early one, which meant that there could have been one spawned in the alley, but thankfully it wasn't. So, wow, I'm not used to you guarding. Oh, that's rare. Right, so you want to specifically heat action this guy to get the other 2 to move together. Do a full 4 because it would connect with the other guy. Unfortunately, him bounding off the wall actually killed him with the damage. That's very good. That's very, very good. Hey, Hero of Gods. Yeah, this is Yakuza. This is Yakuza 0. Alright, we got a good run going. A very good run going so far. Nice. A little better than last time, even with the good Bruno. Please don't refer to this as GTA. It's so infuriating in comparison. It's PS4 and PC. Oh, I didn't mention this the last time during the last reset run, but basically what I'm about to do now is I'm about to go and grab some alcohol. We need 5 different bits of alcohol, specific ones, in Chapter 2 to be able to progress through the story. So we're grabbing it now because this cashier lady here, she actually becomes a friendship event, which will add more time and obviously more text. So we're just gonna skip through real quick. And by grabbing them now, she hasn't become a friend event yet. So we can just basically just grab that now and not have to lose time by getting them in the next chapter. If you do forget to grab them now, there is one more opportunity. We can grab them before she becomes a friend event. That's at the start of the next chapter. Yakuza Chaos mod. No, thank you. I have had, like, ideas of maybe doing, like, a bingo for, like, a Yakuza run. So kind of, like... Obviously, like, if you think of, like, your Minecraft, your GTA bingos, where you have to do certain stuff before the game ends, like, a line of stuff, like, you could have, say, like, win a game of Mahjong, or, like, get a certain amount of points in, like, Outrun, or, like, finish the extra hard course in baseball with X amounts of points, etc. I think that'd be cool to do at some point. I think that'd be very cool to do at some point. Especially with, like, Kiwami 2, which is one of the shorter Yakuza runs. Please don't hit me, Yaneda. No, not Page. Fuck's sake. Brawler, Power Surge 1, now we do damage. I did a full combo because of the guy behind Yaneda there. Actually, I'm going to leave Yaneda like that. You might be able to kill him with furniture. Rather than have to waste time on a heat loop. He's going to hit me if I go for the chat. I got to go for the base. Yeah, there he goes. Everybody's lining up nicely. Wow. No Sofa in the way this time. Nice double. Hey, this is looking a bit better. Didn't mess up the QTE. I don't know, Sloth. Like, you could have either a long one like Zero or a short one like Kiwami 2. Didn't guard for once. Good. Alright, so we want to move ahead here and do this heat move specifically so that we can get past this guy. This is why we don't use our heat against Yoneda there. Then we're going to run past him, spawn in Yoneda for this QTE. What this does is this spawns in 3 extra enemies. And once you beat all the enemies, it actually teleports you to the door. So you don't have to run up there, deal with them, come back down here, etc. You can just deal with them normally like this. Forgot I had the extra damage here. Kind of glitching out on the Yoneda's body. Come on. Hey, Lump. I hope you're doing good. Good. This is going very smoothly at the minute. Which means Kuze is going to be a problem. But so far, so good. Nice double again. That one is a very rare double. Considering they start at like 2 different elevations, it's a very, very rare double. Not bad. Alright, so if I can have that guy on the right not interrupt my combo here, that would be great. Guy on the left tried it. You can go away. Oops. Not great bathroom. That's fine. Alright, so launch into a full combo against Yoneda because he actually moves forward a little bit. Which enables you to be able to basically hit him like that. Heat move. Hit him once. Dodge. Again. Saiyan Kuze with no heat, which is a little different than normal, but that's fine. We'll just have to brawl with Kuze. What this most likely means is that I can probably get him past QTE phase, or past his heat phase, a little later than I usually do. Which is a good thing, because that means he'll have less defense on the way there. Let's see. $17.53 going into this. That's very good. That's very, very good. So again, launch to a full combo straight away because he moves a little bit. Heat move. I shouldn't have done a heat move here, but oh well. It's fine. Heat move here so we get him way into his HP bar. QT. Gotta be ready for that one. So he's on very low HP right here. This is good. Dodge. Also, Brawler's counter is obviously very good against Kuze. Don't bother with heat because he's dead in 2 hits. That was a very good Kuze. That was a very, very good chapter 1. We're going to be... This is a gold for sure. We're going to be saving a buttload of time. An absolute buttload of time. That is a very good gold. That is an obscenely good gold right there. Alright. Alright, looks like I need to concentrate for this run then, doesn't it? Alright, so. I said earlier, if you missed the opportunity to get the alcohol ahead of time, you have one last opportunity. That opportunity is now. Also, in my PB, I believe I had an optional fight in this chapter, so if I can get through, like, the first couple of chapters with no optional fights, we will be literally laughing. Oh, I had the idea for the stealth section I never tried. Damn it. I'm up. We'll just do it. We'll do it normally. Especially if we're ahead. If we're somehow behind, we'll, try the idea out. Go, Kashiwagi. I love Kashiwagi. He's awesome. Oh, actually, we had a bad shakedown as well, if I remember rightly. This could be... We could be very far ahead after this chapter. We could be almost a minute ahead after the end of this chapter if we play our cards right. And get good RNG. If we can get Shakedown to grab us, that would be insane, but I'm not going to risk that. Like, there's no way. Shakedown is his own entity. Shakedown will do whatever he wants to do. Alright. Hello, Shakedown. So, Shakedown has a very quick way of ending you. He can grab you and choke you. That's ideal, but he'll never do that. So what we want to do is we want to grab him there, have him slap us, wait so that he throws us, get up again, do it again, and then stand up. And we will quick transition out of the fight. It's not the quickest way of dealing with him, but it is the most consistent. Sometimes Shakedown will dodge, at which point, yeah, good luck. Because at that point, Shakedown's just going to do whatever Shakedown wants to do. But that is the most consistent way of doing Shakedown, and it's still pretty damn fast. The quickest way is basically him grabbing you, but the trouble with that is you have to basically wait for him to do an attack, and it's hyper rare that he ever will. In all of my runs that I've done of this, I think he's only grabbed me 5%, if not less than 5% of the time. Like, it's super small. It is a super small chance to actually happen. But if he does, you're gone. That's it. Fight's over. Like, you instantly die. It's actually super fast, but there's no way to reliably get Shakedown to choke you. So that's why I do the consistent strategy every time. Because as you saw, like, it may not be the fastest, but it is super consistent. The only way you're getting any faster than that is with him choking you. So we'll happily keep using that method from now until the end of time. I was literally a frame away from the door, excuse me. So, we're going to gather some info and touch around real estate, so going back to Kamurocho. When I said we needed some more alcohol for this chapter, we do. We're going to be going and grabbing some now, as well as one other item that we need for chapter 5. And again, we really, really want to not get into a random fight. That will lose us so much time. Well, it won't, because I got into a random fight in my PB, so this run has been optimized by myself to the point of not needing any optional fights. They just slow you down. So we're going to speak to this lovely lad here. We're going to get ourselves the confectionery gift box and sake. This is the only place I believe you can get the sake and the confectionery gift box. We need a confectionery gift box for chapter 5, but you can get it now ahead of time. As of this point, Sub-Stories and Shakedown are waltzing around Kamurocho. That's a fight spawn in front of us. That is fine. I waited on my stamina, wait a little bit more, and then we'll go. That way they won't catch us. And we won't run out of stamina before we get to Miss Tatsu, who is going to teach us our third and final style of the speedrun. And the one that we will be using in fights exclusively. Because it's absolutely broken. And you're going to see why. I appreciate that, Willie. Like, my commentary is something I pride myself on. And this run I have optimized over years to the point where I know it like the back of my hand. By the way, watch this. This move right here is the strongest move you can get in Beast form. And we'll be getting it way later in the game. That is Essence of the Beast Torment. It is the most expensive move that we get in this game. It's why we need a lot of money. We'll be getting it in Chapter 10. So in about 3 hours time-ish, something like that. More like about 2.5. But it's the strongest move that we can get. And it basically, you'll see how much damage it does later on. But this is Beast Mode. We're about to get the tutorial for it. Much like all the other forms, you get a tutorial. Tutorial for Beast is a little rough. At first, what we're going to do is going to go next to those boxes there on the right. What we have to do is we have to use square to automatically pick up and use a weapon. This is one of Beast's biggest strengths. Unfortunately, we have to do this with different ones each time. And there's a reason why I'm not going for other weapons. Now, here we have to guard. He's aggro, that's really good because he'll do his 3-hit combo. Which will get us through to the next tutorial quicker, please. Someone, don't care who. Thank you. Now, the reason why Beast is so overpowered. First, Power Surge 1, which increases our base damage, as you do. Then we have to get this move, Heat Retention Damage, just the amount of heat loss you take damage from an attack. That's not the damage. This is Golden Fist. Boosts the power of your attacks while in heat mode at the second and third bar. More importantly, when you have full heat. Now, if you think that was impressive, just you wait. Wait till we fight things that have a HP bar. So, what we do specifically there with that sign is we do light attacks. So, what you can do is you can grab it, and obviously you can do a heavy attack. You cannot expend heat if you're holding L2 at the same time. But what we need to do is we need to do light attacks. By doing all 3 light attacks, you actually build up your heat to the maximum it can go. Which is necessary for this next guy. Allow me to introduce you to this poor punching bag, who is gonna be our example of how powerful and broken Beast Mode with Golden Fist truly is. He might dodge. If he does, I'll get upset, because that's... Watch his HP bar. If you were not at full heat, he would not go down in 1 hit. It may not look that impressive considering he's a normal... He's not a normal tier thug. He's actually pretty strong for this part. But he's just a normal thug, not a boss. But if you're wondering how much damage this will actually do, let's wait till the end of this chapter. Because I will give you a masterclass of Beast damage. But most people like Beast the most in Yakuza 0. It is the strongest class. Like a shadow of a doubt. Not necessarily the best for all situations, but in the run and when you know how to like kind of manipulate AI and also make them do what you want, it's good. So that's a fight spawn in front of us, those 3 there. So having noticed it, I need to save my stamina a little bit and then run. The good thing about getting into that like fight aggro there, with fight aggro in the Yakuza, and also that's a sub-story on the right there, those 2, I will be avoiding certain areas to make sure that I don't run into sub-stories and stuff like that. But the way that fight aggro works in the later Yakuza games, obviously this one included, basically you can only have 1 set of fight aggro on you at a time. So having that fight aggro on me there meant that I could run down the entirety of Shichifuku Street here, and I won't get into any other fights. And that also includes the walking raid boss Shakedown. If you already got some aggro on you, Shakedown won't matter, and neither will anybody else. They won't care, they won't try and get into a fight with you, not until that initial aggro has worn off, which you saw when they said that they're beat. So, the aggro stays on you for a while. Yakuza 0 also gives us a method of dealing with enemy aggro that you will see in Chapter 5. Which is very, very good. Not many of the Yakuza games actually give you a method of dealing with enemy aggro wherever you are. This one does. Judgment does. In other games, in the new engine, the Dragon engine, in 6 and Kiwami 2, you have to get a little creative. But thankfully, there is a method of dealing with enemy aggro. That's the enemy aggro on the right, and that's actually very good. I want that aggroed. Good. Because this right here is the Vincent Crossroad. This crossroad right here, as you can see... Oh, they're de-aggroed. That's actually okay. Because that group of enemies that just aggroed onto me there, that is the worst set of aggro you can get. It's not, well, actually it's the second worst. There's one that can be looking towards you that's even worse. But thankfully, because I had the aggro cooldown from the others, I was able to get ahead of them before they aggroed. That crossroad right there is one of, if not the worst places in this entire game for enemy spawns. Like, we're talking 70 to 80% of the time it will be a bad enemy spawn. Sometimes, if not most of the time, they'll be walking towards you. So getting the enemy aggro that I did there is really nice because I can basically just ignore it for a little bit. I'm surprised the other enemy aggro didn't stick, but that's because I got too far away from it. But again, it gave me the opportunity to still be able to carry on and not have to worry about despawning that enemy aggro or going around. The trouble with that crossroads there is to go to the right would be a slightly bit slower by like 10-15 seconds, which adds up, obviously. So we want to go through that crossroads as much as we can. The trouble is, obviously, it's frustrating. You saw I just got the Scotch whiskey and the champagne. Those are the last two drink items that we need. These two shops are not the only places to get them. You'll have seen them as I'm running around. The dream machines. They are a random chance to be activated as you go by for either 10,000 yen, 100,000 yen, or 1,000,000 yen. The two that you want are 10,000 yen, because that has the champagne in it. It has a 1 in 16 chance of being champagne. And the 1,000,000 yen that has the Scotch whiskey and has a 1 in 13 chance of being Scotch whiskey. Back on PS3, when it took like 10-15 seconds to load into shops, it was actually got to the point where it'd be quicker to try and roll the dream machine to try and get the godlock. AKA get one of them out of the dream machines. We had one D-Rust run about, I'd say a year and a half ago, where we got the absolute godluck, and we got both of them. The run died in Chapter 3, but for that slight moment, we had the best luck that we've ever had running a Yakuza game. We'll never see that luck again. But with PC and the load times being non-existent going in and out of shops, it's just easier not to use the dream machines, because the dream machines will still cost you about 10 seconds each time. So we're not at that point. It's not the point where I want to start rolling the dream machines and going, yes, I'll go for this. Especially with the 1,000,000 yen, because early money is actually a little important with the slight new routing addition that I did. Now, money is important. Obviously, we're getting alcohol for these homeless guys here, but there are 2 points in the run where we need a certain amount of money, and the next one is coming up in Chapter 4. And the trouble about that is that it has a high chance for Shakedown. And good old Shakedown, of course, and his shenanigans will take all of your money. The reason it doesn't take all of your money in the first fight is because it's tutorial. In that fight, you don't get anything for beating Shakedown, which is a shame, but you don't lose anything for losing to him, because it's a tutorial. That's why we intentionally take the loss to Shakedown in that first fight. It looks like you lose money, but you don't. There'll be another thing coming later on where we're going to fail intentionally to make it go faster, and intentionally we won't lose money from it because the game tutorializes it. But I'll explain that when we get there. So now we need to go to the hotel district so we can go and taxi over there. It's very rare that you get a fight in this part of Tenkaichi when coming from the group of homeless guys there, but it can happen. Now, the big other fight spawn that can happen is coming up next. Other than basically the Vincent crossroads, we need to get into the champion district. You're fucking kidding me. So I had to save my stamina very quickly there, otherwise I would have run out and Shakedown would have aggroed against us. That is a very unfortunate Shakedown spawn. There was only one way through, and that was through Shakedown, so that needed good stamina, basically, mitigation to be able to run past him, because if I wasn't running precisely as I did, he would have aggroed, and we would have got into a fight with him. And that would have been the end of the run. If you get into a fight with Shakedown, that's it. Run's over. Doesn't matter what you do. That's it. You lose so much time in a fight with Shakedown. Like, the money also matters, but the time loss is just so big in a Shakedown fight. So that was almost the end of the run. That's fun. So here we have some Champion District residents who are actually working with Tachibana Real Estate. You don't normally take all three out in one combo, unfortunately. It can happen. I unfortunately just missed this go of my strong attack, which sucks because that might have ended the fight. It probably wouldn't have. It would have left him on like very little HP, but we would have been in a good place. But a 2 combo is normally what you do. You want to aim for the left because those two kind of like sit together and you can take the 2 out in one combo and then you can take the last guy out in the other. You don't... Okay, so rule of thumb about fighting and everything like that. Weapons are good. Specifically two-handed weapons, which is why you'll see me often go and get bikes and stuff like that. There is a exception to that rule, which is baseball bats. Baseball bats are a two-handed weapon, but baseball bats' power all comes into the last hit of the combo, which is the 3rd hit. Which basically means that baseball bats can be very slow and not actually that good. There's a fight later on that I desperately don't want to pick up a baseball bat in because it will just make it slow. But I also have new strats for that fight, so good stuff. Usually there's a fight spawn in here. Yep, so that's the 3 that aggro onto you. We're going to let them aggro onto us, then specifically run over here and go through this alleyway here. Now they're not going to catch us. Also, we should talk about the rules of Shakedown, because obviously coming up here and having him here is a very nasty thing. So, the rules of Shakedown are thus. When you travel via a taxi, he does not move. So taxiing does not make Shakedown move. So if he's in this corner, as we're taxiing over to him on West Chichifuku Street, he'll be here. And we'll have to dodge him. If you have something that reloads the map, or like a story trigger, and I moved very specifically there to dodge 2 sub-stories. If you basically like rechange the map, there he is on the left. Hello. Shakedown is turning up a lot today, it seems. If you basically change the map by like going in and out of a shop, or by doing like a story trigger that makes things like refresh or something like that, Shakedown will respawn. Now, rule of thumb, with fights and with Shakedown, is that you can't have something spawn literally next to you. It's the game's way of like, I don't know like if it's their way of like making it so it's not unfair or you're not like burdened with fights all the time, but you basically have like a hyper small radius where you won't have fights around you when you come in like out of the shop. So when I come out of the Don Quixote, for example, after I buy the champagne, I know there's not going to be a fight. I know there's not going to be a fight for the majority of Nakamichi Street. But at the crossroads, when it goes into Tenkaichi Alley, there could potentially be, because that's outside of that radius. I don't know the exact size of that radius, but I do know that it's at least like a small little street. And that is why that knowledge is vital for Chapter 4, where is our next big Shakedown potential ending point. So, we're building up to max heat here. The stun baton is okay to pick up for attacks, because it stuns the enemies, and certain enemy attacks will be faster than you in beast mode. So you do have to be a little careful. Now, we're coming up to the boss of Chapter 2. It is indeed Oda. Now, the Oda fight can go one of 2 ways, and ironically enough, we literally want Oda to go one of 2 ways. This is a big, massive room. And if you're wondering about how much damage Golden Fist for Beast does, you're about to see how much. But essentially what we want Oda to do is we want him to go to our left, his right. Where he was just sitting for that cutscene is a whole bunch of sofas and a table. Each of those has 4 hits to them each, and because they're all two-handed, they do a massive amount of damage. 3-hit combo into a heat attack. If he goes to the right-hand side of the room, or our right-hand side of the room, there's a whole bunch of smaller chairs. Now, they do damage, but their attack pattern is awful, and they don't do as much damage as a 2-handed weapon. So ideally, Oda will go left. The direction that Oda will go in is determined by what direction Oda wants to go. I have tried different methods of manipulating him. he will go where he wants to go. We can try, and as soon as we hit him, try and, like, make him go in a certain direction, but there's no guarantee. He decided to go right. This is unfortunate. So I'm going to pick up this vase and try and stun him, which didn't work. Now, as I said, these chairs are awful. So pushing him over here a little bit, again, is good. And when he's in his heat mode, as you can see, he starts to not care and starts to guard everything. Watch this damage, by the way. You've been watching his HP buff. That's why you want to be over there, with all of that furniture, for all of those heat attacks, for all of those normal attacks. It is an insane amount of damage. Like, we are doing a stupid amount of damage. Nice gold. Alright. Alright. This is a good run. This is a very good run. And it can all go to shit in Chapter 4. For reasons out of my control. We are now in Sotenbori, Osaka. Say hello to the game's second playable character and fan favorite, Majimagoro. The other long-term Yakuza series veteran. So, we're getting tutorialized on Thug. Here we have to dodge moves. So there's one specific move that will allow us to potentially dodge it twice. We really want this guy to be as aggro as possible. Yeah, couldn't get it off. Okay, so we now get this. He's not going aggro at all. So you're at the will. Hey Potter, thank you for the host. You're at the will of the AI in this tutorial. You need him to be as aggressive as possible. You can tell how well you're doing via the crescendo in the music in a second. Here. If you are not almost at this QTE, when that kicks in, you are very far behind. That wasn't too fast, but that wasn't too slow. So we'll take that. That was average. That's fine. But that basically, you're literally at the will of his AI. If he's aggressive and he does a certain move, you can get 2 dodges out in 1 attack. It's super nice. And the same goes for going into the next tutorial, the heat move, where you can instantly go into the first heat move. So that tutorial, if it goes well, can go very, very well. But it's quite rare. It's all at the will of his AI. And he wasn't exactly super aggressive today. He wasn't not aggressive. He wasn't like super passive, but he wasn't exactly aggressive, so it happens sometimes. You just gotta live and go with it. This is what I'm talking about with the RNG in these runs, because like for as much as the fights have been optimized, there's still a lot of things that can go horrifically wrong. And that's what I love about running the Yakuza games, is that we optimize the fights. We get them to the point where we're satisfied with them, where we're happy with them. I'm speaking specific dialogue here as well, because of all the dialogue. But at the same time, those fights can still have so many random elements happen to them that you can still gain or lose time. You wouldn't think to look at this. Like, if you look at, like, 2 of my runs back-to-back, you wouldn't think to look and think, you know, oh, there's that much RNG. You wouldn't think there'd be that much RNG in, like, a Yakuza run, but there is. There's a lot of it. And the great thing is, depending on what Yakuza you run, the run changes completely. No 2 Yakuza runs are exactly the same. Take, for instance, this, where obviously we'll be using a hell of a lot of Beast, and we have our different styles. With Yakuza Kiwami, for example, there's a slight glitch. It's definitely not intended. It's very weird, where you can make the next heat move you do like 2 to 3 times the damage that it's supposed to do, just by doing a charged throw with Beast, even though Beast got nerfed to absolute heck and back in Kiwami. Because of that, Beast is still king. There's also one other skill that helps with that in Kiwami. Golden Fist is removed. The devs of the Yakuza games know very, very well how much things are broken once the game has come out. So they know, for example, that Golden Fist is broken in this, and it's not in Kiwami. However, thanks to that small little glitch that we can do, we can utilize it with another skill, one that is unique to Kiwami, where you do extra damage when you have full HP. Which, as you can probably already tell... Nice, so Kamaki did his attack there, so I could easily get off the heat attack straight away. Very good. But as you can probably tell... Knock him down, wait for the heat move. Oh, fuck. Oh, well, that's good. That's fine. I almost messed up. For some reason, tutorial bosses take extra damage from heat attacks. Same with Bruno, even though Bruno is an ass and doesn't stay down. Kamaki does, which is nice. That's always the consistent way to do Kamaki. That's the fastest and consistent way. Always happens every time. It's very nice. The only not consistent thing is being able to get that quick transition into the heat move. And like I was saying, Kiwami's speedrun requires you to be at full HP all the time, in all fights. It's not something that I particularly enjoy, is Kiwami's run. I think Kiwami's run is probably the one that I least enjoy. Kiwami's route was completely conceived, and the little, like, glitch was found by the same person, who is Lilygram. If you go to the Yakuza Kiwami leaderboards, you can see that her time is insanely good. Like, insanely good. And she even started routing in stuff like going and buying shotguns, much like we use guns in, say, the Yakuza free speedrun, which that's being completely done by Tapioca at the minute. It's being ground out by Tapioca. I think he's got a new route again today that he's doing. He's got that to almost a sub 222, which is kind of insane. We were looking at a 245 last week, for example. Tapioca is grinding that run down to incredible levels. Then, for instance, you've got Yakuza Kiwami 2. Now, Yakuza Kiwami 2 is nice and unique in that, much like some other Yakuza games, in the middle of a fight, you can pick up weapons. So, whereas, say, this is more of a brawler-style type of speedrun, Yakuza Kiwami 2 speedrun is a completely weapon-based speedrun. So again, it's completely different. Now, Yakuza Kiwami 2 also has a... With the new engine, you can use vending machines. And Kiwami 2's vending machines, you can get a certain drink called Muscle Soda. Now, we do a bit of brawling in Kiwami 2, in the speedrun for it, but most of it is about the about weapon attacks. Now, the interesting thing about this is that the super strong weapon drink that you can get basically adds a massive amount of knockback to every one of your attacks, except for weapons, which are already super strong. Now, the other two runs on the new engine are also wildly different. Yakuza 6, the run that came at the start of the engine. Now, Yakuza 6 doesn't have as many features as the other Yakuza games. You can't pick up and store weapons like in Kiwami 2, for example. So it's not a weapon... It is kind of a weapon-based run. The way that Yakuza 6 does its fights is that it populates the streets with weapons ahead of time. So Yakuza 6 already does things different. You do have an attack drink. You're kidding me right now. Ooh. Again, because he'd already spawned in this corner, and we taxied over, he didn't despawn. Shakedown has tried to end the run twice like that now. Boy, oh boy. He is in a mood today, and we are on a very good run already. Shakedown, I'm going to need you to stop. So, speak of the devil, there's Tapioca there. Give Tapioca a follow. How did Yakuza 3 go today, Tap? Hopefully it went well. Hopefully you did PB. I'm going to have to look at that new route again. But yeah, Yakuza 6's run is very much like Yakuza Kiwami 2's in that you have an attack drink that increases your attack but doesn't add massive knockback. The trouble is, with Yakuza 6, we have a very specific set of things that we get. Now, with Yakuza 6, the way that you level is also a little different, and you have stats. So you start at a base 100 for everything. Now, with Yakuza 6's speedrun, we get two specific items to up our attack by 55 and also increase our heat generation. There's a downside to that, in that with Yakuza 6, you can actually, when you get those items, decrease your base defense by 50. Which means that in Yakuza 6's speedrun, by the time you hit chapter 4, you take your base defense of 100 and make it 50. So whilst Yakuza Kiwami's speedrun, you want to be on full HP the entire time, 6's, you will never be on full HP. Because with Yakuza 6's speedrun, there are certain bosses at the end of the game that will kill you in 2 or 3 hits. Even on easy. I absolutely adore Yakuza 6's speedrun for how masochistic it is. It is an amazing run. It is completely sadistic. That run is insane. And I absolutely love it to bits. It's my favorite of the Yakuza speedruns. Damn it, he did the quick jab. Feihu! Damn you! Hey, Kink. Sort out Joker today. Hope you enjoyed it. I was going to go see it, and I haven't yet, so... There can be an encounter standing directly outside Kamuro Castle, which just spawned Kamshi in Chapter 6. Seriously? Wow. I'm guessing that's why you missed your PB. That sucks. You think you're out and you think it's okay-ish? I'll have a look as well, obviously, when I see what you're doing differently now again and put that to the test. I'd go back to free running, but at the minute, I mean, you could see the start of this run. Somehow, I've gotten into a groove of Yakuza 0 runs, and, like, that sub 4 is starting to look actually attainable. I don't understand. My drive and my passion for Yakuza 0 has come back in a big way. The chapter 1 I did in this has been the best chapter 1 I've ever done. Easily. Right, fight spawn is on the left. You can see it. Save your stamina. As soon as it notices you, run. That way you can get to the taxi. I honestly don't understand how well that chapter 1 was. It was very good. The only thing I could potentially do a little better is Kuze, but even then it went very well. I managed to get his heat mode out when we were in his last HP bar. It was very, very, very good. I've not had a chapter 1 go that well. We had perfect... We had a perfect set of tutorials. A very, very perfect set of tutorials, I might add. That chapter 1 is not getting beaten in a long time. Chapter 2 was pretty good. Reason why I saved time over PB as well is because I didn't get into an optional fight on the way into the Champion District. Never had a movie made you feel uncomfortable? Damn. I would like to go see it. I would genuinely like to go see it. It depends how my schedule looks over the next coming days. So I'm going to do a full combo here. So allow me to describe Slugger. You will have heard it exceptionally briefly there, where at the very end of your Slugger combo, god damn it, and you saw it there, you bounce the bat off the wall. Now the trouble is, as you saw, not only can it lead you to not attack, but it also drains all of your damage from the combo. So, essentially, I don't like Slugger. I will be using Slugger in certain points, but Slugger is not Majima's strongest class, or style, I should say. Like, a lot of people, like, swear by Slugger being Majima's best. It's not. I'm gonna give you a wake-up call. 0.02. Thank you. Take that as a gold. Still counts. And this is the chapter where it can all go to shit. This run lives or dies by this chapter. Also, I'd like to point out, and it's not a good thing to point out, I haven't eaten any food in like 37 hours at this point. I'm getting kind of hungry. Don't ask. I'm planning to get food in the cabaret section. I should have got food before this, but there were reasons why I couldn't. Don't worry, I'm getting food in the cabaret section. I'm getting a sandwich. Sandwich or a bowl of cereal, one of the two. Something that I can one-hand for the rest of the run. I ain't eaten anything for the past 37 hours. No. And I'll tell you what, I'm bloody hungry. I'm very bloody hungry. Yeah, Slugger has some very good late game skills, and Slugger has a massive use in this run. Do not take me as saying that I dislike Slugger to be saying that Slugger is completely useless, because Slugger is still good. But Slugger is not Majima's best style. I'd say it's his second best, certainly. And again, I'm going to be utilizing a lot of Slugger in ways that you will see beginning about chapter 7. And you'll see why. Slugger still has its uses, but Slugger is very flawed. And I heavily dislike Slugger a lot. Late game Slugger is good. Early game Slugger is terrible. And obviously, speedrun-wise, Slugger is not good. But it is. You'll see why. I'm not trying to shit on Slugger, but I'm shitting on Slugger. But only because the other option is far better. It's not quite as broken in the same way as Beast is for Kiryu, but it is broken. Shakedown could spawn in this corner, by the way. Shout out to the one time that happened. Gave me a bloody heart attack. So you come out of the ground and you just hear that familiar, huh? Yeah, and there he is. Just, yeah, great. You're not supposed to be there. There are rules about this thing, you know. I had Shakedown spawn in this park a few times recently, which never really used to happen, but has recently. Don't do it, Lugu. I still need that. How you doing, Lugu? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you're not wrong, Mac. You are not wrong in the slightest. So again, sub-stories are spawned. This one on the right is a cult sub-story. I'm glad I walked into that sign because I was about to run out of my stamina. You have no... Sir? Sir? Oh, he's fine. I was literally about to run out of my stamina and lose like 5 seconds. My movement right now is very terrible. That drunk right there was a fight. That's a fight spawn ahead of us as well. That's fine because we're going into our house. Later, lads. See, that aggro never happens because once you... There's certain areas, and this is true to even the new engine as well, where you're not supposed to be able to get into fights. So if you go into those areas, you will despawn the aggro. But the new engine changes those rules up a lot in very good ways. Now, remember that time I said Shakedown can end the run? It's coming up right here. So we have to go to a telephone club here. We're finding out info on a Makoto Nakamura. Sagawa has given us a way back into the Yakuza if we kill this Makoto Nakamura. Now, we're going to get a phone call whilst we're in the telephone club here, giving us info on Makoto Nakamura. But they're going to want to go on a date with us. So we're going to have to go on that date, and of course, dates cost money. In this case, 50,000 yen. Now, if we get into a fight with Shakedown, we're going to lose that money. Also, say hello to Mr. Libido. I love this guy. He is genuinely like this in real life as well. Go and check out the Yakuza 0 interviews on YouTube. He is literally like this. Guy is insane. Absolute legend. So this point right here, and he's not here, thankfully, is where Shakedown can end the run. If Shakedown was here, we'd have to go into Ebisu Pawn on the right, or into that... Oh, that's a fight spawn. Oh, no. I let it go. Fuck. That's bad. I did not want to do this move either, because it's the slow move. Well, that's a bunch of time lost. That's very bad. Oh, that's very bad. I just did bad stamina mitigation. Alright, so we're going to lose a good 15 seconds in this split. Oh, that's frustrating. That's on me as well. I could have salvaged that, but I didn't. It's not a bad place for a fight spawn. It's not a good one, as you can tell. It's better than Shakedown spawning, that's for sure. So we get a little bit of extra cash from that, which we didn't need. I've obviously routed, like I said, this entire run for no optional fights. Having that fight there is very unfortunate, but again, at least it wasn't Shakedown. If it was Shakedown, we would have lost all our money. Run would have been over. Hey now. Well, I can't yet. I don't have it. I haven't got it learned yet. I need another 2 minutes. 2 bloody minutes. All I had to do was get across the bridge. So this is Akko. We spoke over the phone in telephone club. We're going to be going on a date with her. Get some sushi, go to UFO Catcher. That's why you need the 50,000 yen. But you do actually need a little more than 50,000, because you also need some for the disco. But the game actually specifically says to you, you can't go forward without 50,000 yen. So that's why getting into a fight with Shakedown there is literally a run-ender. Because it's so slow to fight Shakedown, especially his Majima without Breaker. And it's just, yeah, it's just run over. So we basically need to catch something for Akko. But what we're actually going to do is not catch anything. What a lot of people don't actually know about this bit is that there's unique dialogue for Akko where basically depending on whether you catch something or don't catch something, which is super cool. It's like little things like that, which is why I love this series. Okay. Physics, yo. That actually took longer to get us out of that bit because the machine wouldn't go back up as well. We lost like 2 or 3 seconds to that. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, let's get the best star you'll ever see in this game. Breaker. Tate's not expensive if she pays for everything. You can't make a lady pay on a first date. Forrest tries to give up with life just enough to not care about dates. Oh, Exo, no. Oh, Exo. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, heck. So, Nancy, you do that if you want to. I mean, sure. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. Has been a long time since I've been on a date. A good 4 or 5 years at this point. It's been a long fucking time, alright? Depends on the lady, I guess. Let her dad pay. No, that's the wedding. Alright, so we just want to get past Surge 1 here. It costs 2 million, you see we've got 2.3 million. That leaves us with 300,000. That's just enough for our disco excursion. That's not out already. No. No. He's taller than me. I have standards. Which, if that's my standards, I'm in a lot of trouble considering I'm 5'1". Don't go on a date with somebody who can use my head as an armrest, okay? I tried to ask a friend for a date and she never even gave an answer. Aw, heck so. Sorry, bud. See, my confidence issues and like the things that happened to me over my life, I'd never be able to ask a friend out on a date because I just wouldn't want to jeopardize that friendship. I value friendship so much these days. Like, I must admit, I have been thinking of, like, Love Life a little bit, because, like, I haven't, not Love Live, the game, Love Life, as in life. Fuck Love Life, I'm asked for life. But, like, head is boob, breast, hate, now that's okay. There's some benefits, you know. Break out the freeze bows. They're all apart, this isn't good. Okay, we salvaged it. We salvaged it. No, you can't ignore the Love Life. Love Life has helped, you know, push the industry along. Like, IMAS was more your traditional, like, I'm getting into this. Give me 5 minutes, alright? IMAS was your traditional, like, idol stuff where, like, it wasn't exactly all about the merchandise. It wasn't all about the multimedia. It was about the merchandise, but it was more about the singular game, the console game. And then Love Life comes along, and it makes it more into a multimedia set of franchise. And then Bang Dream has been the next one to kind of really push that along. Your mobile game, your merchandise, your animes, etc. Like, IMAX used to firmly be suited in that one arcade game, one console game rule. And then Love Life came along and was such a huge success that, hey, everybody and their mother needs mobile games and apps and gachas. And IMAS has like 3 different mobile games at the minute. Yes, it has Cinderella Girls, Starlight Stage, Cinderella Girls, which are technically the same thing, but not. But they are the same franchise. Theatre Days, which is the one I'm heavily attuned to, which has a much smaller cast, but has the original 765, which is important to me. And then Side M, which is the male part of things, because hell yeah, male idols, let's go. Don't get me wrong, the male idols are actually pretty good. Not gonna lie, they have some good music. No fights, please. Good, no fight. No shakedown, which is more important. Hey there, hope you're doing good. That's it, I'm done now. That's why both IMAS and Love Live are important. I'm not gonna shit on like there's this weird, if you don't get into idols, because there's this weird fucking infighting between different franchises that's just like, my franchise is better than your franchise. My idols sing better than your idols. And it's like, they're both fucking important and you can have one and the other. It's like how you can have both Fortnite and PUBG. They're different. They're both good. Competition is good. Like boats, exactly. Like Azure Lane is so much better than Cancel. Don't at me. Azure Lane pushed on the boundaries of boat games when Cancel is still futzing about doing its own shit. Call of Duty is better than Halo. You fucking take that back right now. Actually, these days, might agree. Halo 1 to Reach, no, but these days, maybe? I'd say newer Call of Duties have been better than newer Halos. I'd say since Halo 4, Call of Duty's been better. That's, you know, I'm just saying it as it is. They both suck ass. Okay, you're gone. No more mod for you. I was gonna invite you to my Halo LAN party. I'm not gonna anymore. Just monocle. Goddamn. When I go to Japan and I have conversations with idols about people there, I am taking a monocle with me now. Excuse me, sir. The Western perception of the idol franchises. Never invited anything. I invited you to Japan! How dare you! Are you interested for the dojins? Yeah, some people are. I'm not. I mean, I'm in for the franchise and the voice actresses, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not one of those obsessed fans that, like... Good lord. Good lord. I was gonna say, fucking... There's someone famous who has lent her voice to Yakuza Kiwami... No, Judgment, actually. Sorry, that's a lie. To Judgment, who goes by the name of Toyama now. And if you ever look at her Twitter, you'll see the definition of internet stalker. Good lord. There are some very obsessed fans that need to sit the fuck back and chill the fuck out. Idols are scary. That whole, like, Perfect Blue is the perfect representation. That... It is a exceptionally scary business. Oh, nice. I got the furniture. Nice. I got a lot of furniture on Wenley. Nice. Let's go. We have to do every mid-fight QTE, so we let him off and we make sure that he goes through it. You're in the presence of good company because Lugu is a Toyama now fanatic. Not to the state of the Twitter person, but you know. Yeah, as I said... Wow, I actually saved time? Huh. I know I wasn't gonna gold with all the problems that we had, but like... Save time? Excuse me? So this is the split where the run lives or dies. This is the stealth section, and unfortunately this section can glitch out. One combo is very good. Let's go. Very nice. Very, very nice. Usually you'll get a one combo there, but I noticed that one of the guys had kind of backed out into the middle of the room and I was worried. But you saw there with Breaker, part of why Breaker is so goddamn good is the fact that you can knock furniture into people. I use that to break the guard of the guy with the gun. And that right there, Power Surge 2, is the final upgrade you need on Majima. That's it. We're done with Majima. Literally that easy. So this could be where the run dies. If the run dies here, I might go get food. Because, again, I haven't eaten in like 37 hours, and I'm getting very fucking hungry. Oh, I knocked in the wrong way. No, this is fine. This is fine. Salvageable. Not fast, but salvaged. It's fine. So, here comes the stealth section. Now, the annoying thing about the stealth section is, for some reason, it breaks. And it's more prone to breaking on the PC version. I'm going to assume it's because of the higher FPS. Because I am playing at 144. So I'm going to assume that this breaks because of the higher FPS. The console version has broken once or twice, but not to the degree that the PC version breaks. So, there's a quick method. And it's very hard on the PC version, so we're going to try and do it, of course. So, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to wait and hide in crowds so that the Yakuza don't see you and you can basically go past, or they go past. Now, in terms of the speedrun, that's obviously slow. Now, if any of them ever see you, you get into a fight. There's a long method along the top where you can hide, or there's a short method down the bottom where you can get into fights. And of course, we're getting into fights. So we need to get past that group of enemies ahead, past this group. Nice, nice. Okay. So we did it. I don't know if that delay helped any or the angle I was coming at helped any, but basically we got past the other set of enemies. When we come out of this fight, we'll be on the other side of those enemies and they'll be looking the other way. It's been that long now. It's not in my PB. So now we can run past, and we skipped an entire fight. That's an entire 15-second fight skipped. And if we can do well here, we can potentially get these guys aggroed a little later. This is good. We need this one as late as possible, so we can get past this corner and go past the next group. Yeah, it breaks on the PC version a lot. And I'm assuming it's frame rate related. Take it from the side. There's one guy always at the back here. Everyone's split. I have to save Macto. That's bad. I was hoping to hit this guy. 2 aggro, that's good. Okay, so we can not focus on them because they'll come over. Kind of a slow fight. Not great, but it's fine. This is going to be tight. This is going to be so tight. Oh, I don't like this. No, they're going to see me. They didn't see me! Oh, Pog, this is the run. Oh, this is the actual run. Okay, wait. They have the eyes of a hawk. They can see you on the other side of this park. Like, if you've ever wondered why that hiding spot exists, that's why. These ones around the corner, I don't know why they exist. They're a little weird. Just don't mess up the QTEs, that's it. There's still one more thing that can mess up in this segment. We're not out of the woods just yet, but this is good so far. Just don't mess up these QTEs, that's it. Good reaction time as well. Let's go. I want this next bit. This is the last, not this bit, the bit after this fight is the last bit that can go wrong. I really want it to go well. I want to see what we're looking like coming out of this chapter because this is so good right now. It can all go to shit, of course, but this is looking so good. So there's no easy way through this fight. Everyone's kind of around you. We're going to go for these two because they're bunched up together. We're spinning around so that we can kind of, like, spin over because obviously that guy's going to go after Macto. Cancel out of our freeze there. That way we can help Macto and take care of these two at the same time. Now, in the last run we did, I actually got an idea for something to do here. But I don't think it's going to be possible, is it? No, it's not. Okay, so we want to hide here. This is what we normally do. So here's the thing. Oh, it might be. If we can aggro that group of enemies, we can run past this group of enemies. They are very far back. This is bad. I'm fairly certain I can make that happen. But it's going to require a bit of testing. And I'm not testing in this run. Okay, so they saw us. They're in a state of alert. They've glitched out. Please run. Please run. Good. Okay, we're fine. So if they see us, they'll get into an instant fight with us. So this is essentially what we want to happen. That's good. Loud noises, by the way. I don't know why that gets so loud. I really don't. It does. This is going very, very well. This is the last fight of the chapter, and we're 2.5 minutes ahead. If this goes in a 1 cycle, we are going to be very far ahead. So this guy in the middle is the guy who had the gun. He's the problem in this fight. We want him dead. He has a lot of HP. But we really want them all to stay together and not go down that little alleyway behind them, because that makes things a little awkward when Majima does his breaker. So this guy needs to not dodge or block, because he's annoying when he does that. Yeah, we'll split. I want him gone. And of course you move away. Okay, so not completely perfect. You can, like, look at the time we're about to save. Like I said, this is the difference between that section failing and that section going perfectly. We are on almost sub 4 hour pace right now. That's insane. That's how well this run has been going so far. And yet we can lose it completely in the next couple of chapters. Don't jinx it. We still need to do a good finale out of this, but so far, this is insanely good. So here comes Shakedown. So, when you're with certain AI partners, like Nishiki here, I see that fight spawn down there. We have to chill. It's on the way. Okay, go, 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 go. Fortunately, they can't get into a fight with you off of the back of Nishiki, only off of you. That was a bad fight spawn, but this is fine. This is good stamina management. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. Again, it's all about reacting to when you see enemies. Bob? Bob, please bless this run. So we're getting certain skills here. 2 of them are stamina upgrades. So we can sprint for longer, which is obviously better for everybody. And then we also got something called Disposable Income 1, which is going to become important in the next chapter. I can't believe we've actually got a run going. Holy shit. I've only been working on, like, getting toward 4 hours for a couple of years now. This is why I keep saying that chapter 4 has been the big difference between getting close to sub 4 or not. My 2 big time saves are that chapter and the finale. Not because of golding the finale, but because of, like, just doing it well. No fight spawn. Good, good. Have I ever submitted to a GDQ or ESA or anything? I would like to state on the record that I've never heard of ESA. I don't know what ESA is. I don't know what ESA stands for. I'd also like to state on the record that I am a staff member of ESA. So maybe. Potentially. Submit a Yakuza game? We would never, ever get a Yakuza into ESA, let alone twice. There's no way in hell. It's just impossible. Fuck you, Exo. God damn it. Alright, the one and only QT outside of a fight is here, and if you mess this up, you get 2 minutes of unskippable animations. Don't mess this up. Well, actually, it's more like a minute and a half. But it'd be the end of the run. To stop taking the piss at this point, I first started running for ESA 3 years ago. It's really been 3 years at this point. Holy shit. First year I speedran Attack on Titan and Titanfall 2. Both of which are up on ESA's YouTube. Obviously, all of these are up on ESA's YouTube. Last year, I speedran a certain Yakuza 6, and that run of Yakuza 6 was masochistic methods that me and Eli came up with. That run was the precursor to it, because during that run, when I was explaining stuff about the game, I kind of realized, wait, why didn't we ever explore this avenue? And then me and Eli, I literally, the day that my run ended, I messaged Eli and said, hey, what if we could do this? And then Eli started, like, looking through stuff for me, and, oh, we found stuff, alright. And then this year, I speedran Yakuza Kiwami 2 with a very, very special run, which I assume is the one that now linked. I do have time to look. Yes, I do. It is the $20% run. It was on stream too, but basically it was, if you've ever seen the previous $20-25% that Mitako came up with, basically you'll donate like $20 and I do something. That was probably my favorite speedrunning event ever. I will never ever be a part of something that spectacular ever again that I'm proud of. That's a bad fight spawn. I'm gonna have to deal with it over here. That late runner. Ooh, you bugger. I literally had to specifically wait there because they would have gone into a fight with me. So, but basically $20, people suggested things for me to do and we did it. I've never been prouder of a run than that one. We raised about $1,500 on stream 2 in that one night with a niche game like Yakuza. Everybody who got involved was phenomenal and fantastic. And it wasn't because I was an organizer that I was a part of the $20% that was made without my knowledge. I only found out literally like a couple of weeks before the event. My role at the time when they accepted it was senior, not senior organizer. That's kind of my role now. I was basically senior donation reader. That was my role. So I didn't have any say, and I still don't have any say in like what runs get in, on what capacity, etc. But basically, we were in a phone call. We were in a Discord call together. In our staff meeting, and they revealed it as the first one. I think I literally freaked the fuck out. And now, after that as well, after that run, I also did Devil May Cry 5. Which I'm not too proud of that run. It didn't go as well as I would have liked it to have gone, but at the same time, it was always going to pale in comparison after the Kiwami run. I still did a good job, and I somehow still did underestimate and managed to somehow do the donation incentive, even though that thing was terrifying me for like hours before my actual run. So I'm proud of that. And still came under estimate, which that was the big worry, because that thing added like 5 minutes onto my estimate. And I was asked by one of the organizers, hey, is this donation incentive going to put any time on? And for some reason I was like, nah. Fucking idiot. I should have put an extra 5 minutes on. Ugh, but I managed to come in under estimate, so I'm still happy. But speaking of Devil May Cry 5, Devil May Cry 5 is at GDQ this year. It is going to be run by my mate Cosmic. He is going to do a fucking good job. It's kind of the same in that Bri got Titanfall 2 into GDQ after I did it at ESA, and he did a fucking good job as well. They both very much cut from the same cloth, where they have basically taken those runs and they have grinded them. They have grinded them out. They are the pioneers of those runs. They are the people that stuck with it and really pushed. I guarantee my runs didn't have any impact of them getting into GDQ. But it was just nice to be able to do the run before they had the popular run and blew up. Because I guarantee you Cosmic's going to blow up and get popular from this. But they're the ones that basically fostered the speedrun communities for Titanfall and for Devil May Cry. And they're both the same people that I've said time and time again to, hey, I'm going to come back to this game, promise you. 2 years later, here we are, thumbs up. I'm sorry, Bri. I really am. My PC was broken. Okay, this guy on the right is the fight spawn. That's good. So is this guy. What the fuck? Double fight spawn? Heck. But yeah, I'm plugging my mate Cosmic. He's going to be running Devil May Cry 5 at GDQ. The GDQ schedule was released yesterday. Devil May Cry 5 is a really good time for me. Really, really good. I expected it to be the middle of the night, but it's really good for me. I wish the horror block wasn't in the middle of the night. I understand why, but I wish it was earlier. I feel like the horror block could flourish if it was a little earlier, but then again, you know, much like with ESA, I'm not part of the organisers. I don't know these things. They probably have the metrics to be able to understand when these runs do well. I just love to see it a little earlier, you know? Like, about if your scooter run? Absolutely. I think your scooter run is like 2:45 my time, which is good because I've been transitioning to waking up at like more midday 1 PM. So I will be up for that. Also, you're pretty much... Can you count yourself first day? Does that count? That counts, right? That totally counts. Oh, just to explain what we're doing here real quick, we have to wait 5 real-world minutes, but we actually have some speed tech to skip that completely. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the nearest Club Sega, which is this one on Nakamichi. We're going back between ESA and GDQ Sloth. We're going to play Outrun. 8:45 AM my time? Really? I must have misread that then. I won't be waking up early for that. I'll be staying awake for that. Oh, RPG Limit Break. I love RPG Limit Break. I want to get a Yakuza into RPG Limit Break. I don't give a rat's bottom. If it's me, if it's Lily, if it's Tap, I don't give a hootenanny who it is. I want us to get a Yakuza into RPG Limit Break because I love this series and I want people to see our love for this series. Lily tried. Lily didn't get accepted this year. I don't know what kind of proximity RPG Limit Break is to you, Tap. Well, if it's you, do it. I just want somebody to represent the Yakuza games in RPG Limit Break. That's all I care about. Again, I don't care if it's me. I would love to do it, but again, same reason why I'm never submitting to GDQ isn't because of the actual marathon itself, but because it's so expensive, and it's the exact same for the other way. I appreciate why people from like America don't come to ESA. Is fuck me, is it expensive? I fully appreciate that because it's the same for me in reverse. It's so ridiculously disgustingly expensive, and like I appreciate that. And that's why I don't submit to GDQ or RPG Limit Break. And I don't think we're getting a Yakuza into GDQ either. I think our best bet would be... Tapioca with one of OG 1 to 3. And I said OG 1 to 3, I mean OG 1, OG 2, and 3 HD. I think that's probably our best bet, honestly. I'd love to be in a financial position to be able to submit Yakuza games to GDQ or to RPG Limit Break, but that's just not happening at the minute. Yeah, Ino's going this year, which is super cool. Whoops, one extra X. See how I called it the X button there and not the cross button? PlayStation. That discussion scared me. The X cross discussion. No. It's expiring next year, I need to renew it. My Brexit is expiring next year, so I need to do stuff. I don't know. I don't know how the hell I get to ESA with fucking Brexit either, because like I'm gonna have to change my passport and then get a visa and fucking Brexit's already good, you guys. Thumbs up, great. Ugh. No more Brexit talk. We don't talk politics here. Other than fuck Brexit. If you want to talk Brexit, you say fuck. If you want to talk politics, you say fuck Brexit, and that's it. But yeah, I'd love one day to go to an RPG Limit Break or a GDQ. Like, I'd love to get a Yakuza in, but I think our best bet, easily, of getting a Yakuza into RPG Limit Break, and it's obvious. Yakuza 7. Because Yakuza 7's a proper JRPG. You can't turn it down on a technicality this time. Let's fucking go. Actual JRPG. That's my big hope is I want to get Yakuza 7 into RPG Limit Break. It's not gonna happen, but we'll see. I just love, because I love watching JRPGs. That's why I'd love to go to RPG Limit Break. Like, RPG Limit Break is a celebration of JRPGs and RPGs in general. I would just love to go there and just showcase Yakuza. Yeah, exactly. Like, we are an RPG. We have RPG elements. We level up. Our weapons have, like, levels to them. I promise you, we're an RPG. I've seen things way less RPG at RPG Limit Break, I swear. But I can understand, though, if it's from a violence point of view. I can absolutely 100% understand if it's from a violence point of view. Like, I was thinking for... And I was going to suggest this to you and everybody else if we submit future Yakuza games. Turn the gore down to mild. That's what PX did for Attack on Titan at GDQ. And I think that's probably a smarter play. Because obviously, you know, they're not, like, full strict on, like, 100% family friendly. Excuse me, I need this stuff. Excuse me. I need to stab you now, thank you. But if we turn down the gore to mild, obviously it's not going to stop, like, me stabbing a dude in the kidney. But at the same time, the baseball bat. But it is going to help a little bit, I think. None of the ones you run. Does free HD not? I thought free OG did. Right, it's time for you to start. We lost a second. Run's over. I'm done. I'll see you guys later. No more green splits. That's a red. Yeah, the heat moves are pretty brutal, which is the problem. I could understand if the violence is what stops Yakuza getting into RPG Limit Break or GDQ. But at the same time, they've got San Andreas at GDQ this year. I'd like to point that out for the first time, and this surprises me. For the first time, San Andreas at GDQ. And it's at a very European time slot, which is very smart. Whoever scheduled San Andreas for that 9 AM EU time, very, very smart. Because a lot of the GTA crew are obviously European. You've obviously got your Americans as well, but San Andreas is going to do well. They're going to mod the dialogue? I don't know. Technically, for America, it's in the middle of the night. But EU, that is a very early EU time, and I guarantee you that's going to do well. The GTA crew and the Souls crew, they are two communities that will always stand by their games. And they will absolutely push their games. So I guarantee you, that time slot right there is going to do very well for San Andreas. It might look like Graveyard, but I guarantee you, that is going to do very well. Scheduling did a very smart thing with San Andreas at that time. But like RPG Limit Break has had like games of like torture and stuff in it. But I guess it's like different than the visceral like stab a dude in the gut with a knife. No gore toggle in 3? Okay. There is a gore toggle in this. It's time for you to start learning Yakuza 0. You seeing how hyped this run is getting right now?
What?
Josh Boy's gonna be in that business? Yeah. What? But it's like the Soulsborne lot will always like they'll always back their lot. The GTA lot will always back their lot. Like they're very loyal communities. Like I've not been like a huge part of either of them, but they are exceptionally loyal communities. Yeah. It's very admirable. Same with the Final Fantasy lot as well. I mean, it's obvious to say that with obviously everything that happened over the past like week or so, but I'm talking just in general about Final Fantasy runs. The Final Fantasy runners very much get behind each other, and the community and RPG lot obviously get behind Final Fantasies as well, because they're giving us a chance to showcase RPGs at big events. I would agree, but the Soulsborne posse have a very big online presence because they obviously have their Soulsborne marathons, one of which is coming up very soon. So if you want to catch an awesome online marathon, there is the Speed Souls Community Marathon coming up. I can't remember its exact name. My apologies to the people behind that. But they've got a whole bunch of games outside of the Souls games as well that's being run. If I knew they were accepting games outside of that, like action games, I would have submitted a Yakuza. But I think Mech's got DMC4 in that, etc, etc. So again, that's a worthwhile one to watch as well. Then basically, another thing as well, like we talk about, and we've been talking a long time about your big marathons, your GDQs, your ESAs. Shout outs to your online marathons. These online speedrunning marathons are literally the backbone of the speedrun scene as well. Like, sure, you've got our big events that you can, like, do a big celebration of, but these smaller marathons that get put on every so often are a nice celebration of just the niche side of speedrunning as well as, like, the bigger side, you know? Look at me. Like, one of the things that I absolutely love is Blast the Process. Like, Blast the Process, those guys and girls have been phenomenal in regards to me and the Yakuza runs. Like, they've let me showcase a whole bunch of Yakuza runs every year. Like, ever since they started. And it's so nice, because, like, they don't have to do that. You know, I've got these dumb long 4 to 6 hour runs that just take up so much time, and yet they still have been able to, like, support me and Yakuza runs. Like, I'm fairly certain that it was the order of things with Yakuza runs. The very first event where a Yakuza run got in, and this is my introduction to Yakuza speedrunning, because, like, when my PC broke 2-3 years ago at this point, I got very down, and I decided to do a thing that I was saying that I would do for years, and that was speedrun the Yakuza games. Now, there was an online marathon that was not starting up, but it had been a few years around before that, and they were starting to accept submissions like in a month after I decided to start learning the Yakuza games. So this online marathon was called Shots Fired. So for those who've seen Shots Fired, I love Shots Fired. I love the guys behind it. It's phenomenal. It's all about shooting games. I think you know exactly where I'm going with this. The very first Yakuza speedrun that I learned, and I submitted this to Shots Fired, and they let me do it, and I also did Titanfall 2 for them one year, I think, which was great, was Yakuza Dead Souls. Little known fact to a lot of people. My first Yakuza speedrun wasn't Zero. It was Dead Souls. And Shots Fired allowed me to be able to do that. And then ironically enough, the second time I got Yakuza into a marathon, it was an online marathon, it was Blast the Process 1, which was just Sega games. And that was, I believe it was Zero. It wasn't Dead Souls. I have not done Dead Souls for Blast the Process yet. Cute little fact, that. And then ESA accepted 6. Which I've had no end of love for ESA since then. 6 was a reasonably long run. Like 3.5 hours at the time was the PB. Like, it was nowhere near what it currently is. And ESA, after the first year with Attack on Titan and Titanfall 2, allowed my dumbass to technically be on stage again and do my run again. And yeah, it was phenomenal. And we were able to say, hey, we finally had Yakuza representation at a live marathon. Which, again, was absolutely awesome. Good hits so far. I think that guy at the back has a lot of HP left, right? No. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it did. I spent 2 years with a broken PC, only being able to stream console stuff, which changed everything for me. All I did for essentially 2 years was console games and mostly Yakuza speedruns. And, you know, I laugh because there's that thing on Twitter lately that's, what's that one game that people associate you with? And for me, it's the Yakuza series, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Like, I've done a whole bunch of other speedruns. Did you know at one point I was second in the world for Titanfall 2 speedruns? I was second. That was before my PC broke. And then I couldn't do any more Titanfall runs. Like, I was in that run to the point where it was a bit unhealthy. God damn it. That's gonna be a time loss. And yeah, as Sloth so rightly points out, I used to run Hotline Miami 2. The very first game that I ever speedran was a small indie dojin game based on the Madoka Magica series called Grief Syndrome, which PX actually got into AGDQ. So that was super cool. We were all so stoked and hyped when that happened. It was awesome. Because Grief Syndrome is small and it's got a small community, but it's a super short run. It's got like 25 different categories, but they're all super short, apart from one of them that's like 7 hours or so. And only Seraph is crazy enough to have done it. But yeah, like I've speedrun so many different things. I used to be known as the Titan guy, because I used to went at the first year of ESA. God damn it, everyone's interrupting my attacks in a minute. At the first year of ESA, I speedran Attack on Titan 1 and Titanfall 2. Like, I used to be the Titan guy, and now I'm bloody the Yakuza guy, which I wouldn't have any other way. And since then, obviously, my portfolio is a lot of Yakuza games, but also Attack on Titan 2. And, as Lugo alluded to, a Final Fantasy. Cute! Fire dropkick. Ah, damn, that's a shame. Push you over to the sign. He's hit multiple people with this sign. He tried to dropkick me again! Bloody Kawamura. I did run some fan games, yes, never again. As Nal can attest to, running fan games is... Please drop your guard. Absolutely terrifying. Like, very, very terrifying. I'm grabbing these specifically for the Stamina X, for that small heat boost. But essentially, yeah, I Want to Be Friends and Vegetable 1, which ironically is a game made by a game called Aloan. Never heard of the guy. Apparently has a real alternative name. Never heard of it. Running speedruns are stressful because... speedruns, yeah, of course. Running fan games are stressful. For the last Shots Fired that happened, I ran Friends and Vegetable for Shots Fired. And... Nope, never again. The runs went well, I came under estimate, but they were the most stressful runs I've ever done in my life. More so than Hotline Miami. So you won't see me speedrun a fan game ever again. I'm leaving the fan game speedrunning to the people who are good at fan games, and trust me, it's funny. I see a lot of comments from people saying that fan game runs aren't, like, they're impressive, but they're not like traditional speedruns. But it's like, when you actually try fan games, and you know the difficulty behind some of those runs, I mean, you mentioned it yourself, Tired Sloth, like, I said it by your full name there, you know, just to be, like, polite. You know, Monsieur Tired Sloth, you've said yourself. BBF does fucking hard games and still submits fucking hard games! Yeah, I'm not surprised now. I'm really not surprised. I understand why as well. Like, speedrunning games changes. Could I play the Yakuza games casually again? Absolutely. Like, I do. I will be at the end of this month when we do a full playthrough of Yakuza 4 Remaster. Hey, hey. But, like, can I play Yakuza 0 casually again? Yeah, I could. Easily. Because they're so entertaining. But when you play casually to when you play in a speedrun, it's so different. This Kuze fight, for example. One of the best intros of any boss fight you've ever seen in your life. One of the biggest busters of a fight you'll ever see. I have seen people struggle on any difficulty while streaming to this fight. I'd like to point out, I haven't got hit yet. I'd like to point out how much of a ridiculously easy fight this is. And yes, this works on Legend difficulty too. Oh, I did that early, fuck. Emote? Yeah. This is a slow cruise, we'll probably lose a bit of time here. Yeah, we're gonna lose a tiny bit of time. That's fine. Yeah, I didn't get hit at all. You can do that on Legend as well. If you do that on Legend, you will get hit. But here's the thing. Kuze, technically you're not supposed to use Beast in that fight. So if you want to like do that casually and properly, the style that you want to use is either Brawler or more likely Rosh, because of the speed and the fact that you can do multiple quick steps. Because that is Kuze's Beast mode. The trouble is, if you just attack Kuze, he'll drop his guard after he's been guarding. Kuze is a massive pushover, even though that fight has one of the hypest intros you'll ever see. And same Sloth, like, it's nice to see he's getting support while doing Run the Worlds. I don't think BBF enjoys getting mad. I've spoken to BBF a lot at ESA, and like, he's done a hell of a lot to get past that stigma of being the angry German fan game player. He's done a hell of a lot to get past that stigma, and honestly, like, I think he's done a good job. I think he's done a very good job, and I like BBF. I like BBF a lot. Like, he's always been super awesome. Every time we got into ESA, like, he's always been up for having a chat, or he's been up for going out. Like, BBF is awesome. And he's always done a very good job volunteering as well, so. But like Sloth said, I'm also glad that he's, like, running other games other than just Boshi. It's kind of like that thing. It's like with me and like what I was saying about being known as the Yakuza guy. You get known as, hello, Fight Spawn, bye Fight Spawn. Remember, you're on level 0 stamina, so you don't have a full stamina bar to get to Gushigai-kan. Lack of games what drove him to that run, like middle stage run in 2018. Yeah, we can talk lyrical about that run for a long time, I think. I don't think BBF wants to remember that run anymore, which is fair enough. Oh, fuck. I gotta take the fight. There was no way to avoid it. I couldn't go to the right. There was a sub-story. Okay, we're taking the time loss. Has you ever heard him after run? Yeah, same. Same. I mean, I agree that it's a good thing to remember the bad part of things, because, like, it's like I've always said, like, for those who don't know, I suffered from severe agoraphobia back when I was in secondary school, we call it. I guess you all would call it high school if you're in America. Basically, when I was, like, 12, 13, I got bullied, like, I got bullied to the point where I had to drop out of school. I had severe agoraphobia. And it's like, do I like remembering those times of my life? Absolutely not. But do I ever... What's the word I'm after here? Do I ever disassociate myself from that time? No. Absolutely not. Because I might not be in a place that I'm happy with in life right now, but I'm working to fix that. And like, if I was to ignore the things that happened to me, I wouldn't be the person that I am today, and I wouldn't have gotten to the place where I am today. I'm not fully happy with where I am today. Like, I'll fully admit that. I'll be the first person to admit that. But at the same time, remembering those old times is what helps me to push forward. Because it's thanks to that that I can look forward and say, okay, I don't want that again, so I'm going forward. I'm pushing on. I'm going to do better. So, yeah. That's why I feel like, especially with speedrun stuff, like speedrun stuff as well, you can remember the bad speedruns. You can remember the speedruns that didn't go well. Because, like, that's how, for, like, the longest time, I've remembered the mistakes I've made in the Yakuza runs. Such as forgetting to equip the chainmail in Yakuza Kiwami 2, and then getting stunlocked by rockets in the finale, and losing the entire run. Thumbs up. Oh, legend difficulty. Fuck's sake. You can take positives from negatives, is what I'm trying to say. And that also goes with speedruns as well. It's very weird in how I'm a very forward-thinking person. Like, I think it is also like a thing. It's the same in speedruns, and it's the same in kind of... It's the same in kind of speedruns as it is in life for me, and I'm very forward-thinking, and I like... I think thanks to, like, the agoraphobia, I like to know what's going on. I like to know what's going to happen. I like to be able to plan out what happens if things go wrong. And I think that's one of the reasons why I slipped in Titanfall running. is that I liked having that in mind, but at the same time, my reaction speed started slowing. And I'm not afraid to admit that I'm getting old. Like, I'm not obviously getting too old to like do speedruns and stuff, but I'm getting a lot older for these reaction stuff. I felt it when doing Apex with disc in the... Over the last couple of years in playing shooters, my reaction speed has slowed. It's not horrifically bad, but it's slowing. And that's another reason why I like the Yakuza runs. Like, I like my more methodical runs where, like RPGs, I can plan this stuff out. Damn it, I was hoping to kill under the chairs. Oh. It's why I wanted to learn a Final Fantasy, is that, yeah, you have to still be fast for your Final Fantasy, and I picked a hell of a Final Fantasy to learn, Jesus. But I like my methodical runs, like your Yakuzas. Like, you ask, like, anybody who runs the Yakuza games, like Tapioca, for example, you'll learn that we do things for a reason, even if it seems like we're going a little crazy in our fights. That fight in the Mahjong Parlor, I go for those 3 there because you can take them, and sometimes you can get the other 2 at the same time. You can't do that if you start on the other 2 and go back to the other 3. We have methods. It's that old phrase of method of our madness. We do have methods of our madness. You still have the twitch reflexes of a 14-year-old. Nice. That'll help you when Doom comes out. Which, I'm sad that got delayed, because that's in the same bloody month as Final Fantasy VII Remake. Come on! Everything's coming out at the same time now. It hurts so much. Hey, Votus, thank you for the luck. Appreciate it. This run is good, and it's starting to slip, so... Do you know what the nice thing about this run is? So, again, I haven't eaten in about 37, 38 hours at this point. Our 3-minute break segment is coming up in about 5 minutes. Not even that. I'm off to get food. I'm off to get food. I don't know what food, but I'm coming back with something. Sub 4 possible? Yes. This is currently sub 4 pace. It's slipping, but it's sub 4 pace. Alright, so, as I said, there is a 3-minute break segment coming up right now. I'm gonna go utilize that to get the first piece of food I've had in 37 hours. I'm fucking hungry. So, I'm gonna get this started, and I'm gonna run and get something. Probably a sandwich. I'm good. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to get something that is gonna be nutritious and give me energy for the rest of this run. Or just something that gives me the energy for the next 2 hours. So that's a long answer, Willie, to have I ever submitted anything to GDQ or ESA? Yes. The short answer is pretty much yes. The long answer is the last 3 years to ESA. Not to GDQ, but that's because of money. I am so looking forward to whatever I find to shove down my gullet. Run! Run!
待たせすぎだろ。二度と来ねえよ。いらっしゃいませ。また来ちゃったよ。まだかよ。じゃあな。 よろしく頼むよ。いつまで待たせんだ。
Oh my god.
まだよ。
ようこそ三社ごゆっくりどうぞ。
I didn't take long at all. Hi. Right. I've got pack of crisps, right? Hey, Lodnas, thank you for the raid. Right, this is for anyone just joining, stick with me for like the next minute and a half because this is literally a time sink or a time waste if we do anything. So, I haven't eaten in 37 hours. 37, 38 hours. So I had to run and get food. That's why in this break segment I needed food. Don't ask, trust me. I found a banana. Pack of crisps for later, banana for now. I also saw my parents have bought a pizza, which that was tempting, and a massive box of sweets, which is more tempting, and I said, no, go away. Oh, this is good. I have never enjoyed eating a banana more than this. Oh, that's so good. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Lord Mouse. Hope your stream went well. For everybody just joining, this is Yakuza. It's not this, trust me. You'll see in 30 seconds what Yakuza is actually about. This is just a mini game that happens in here. We can't actually skip it, unfortunately. And if we interact with it in any way, shape, or form, the time at the top stops. So you literally joined in the break period. Congratulations. Hope you're all doing well tonight. I've been attempting to grind this game to the 4-hour mark for a good 2-3 years. We're currently on sub 4 pace. We might be only a minute 35 behind PB pace, but honestly, we're on pace. We have things that we can do to be able to help speed this up. There's a couple of chapters coming up that will make or break whether this gets sub 4 or not. Including the finale, which that fucking terrifies me, I'm not gonna lie. Give me the best possible time? Who knows? There's so much RNG in these runs. You could say that about most speedruns, apart from like your ones that are only like the original Mario Brothers that only have like 1 frame left. Let's get lucky. I have been in this run. I've been very lucky in this run so far. And slightly unlucky. We've had 2 sightings of Shakedown. We've also had an optional fight in this chapter, so we're gonna lose probably a good chunk of time, which sucks. Despite that, we are still on pace. We are still doing pretty decently. But yeah, I haven't eaten, until this banana, I haven't eaten in like 37 hours for reasons I don't want to go into. So if I sound a little hoarse or anything like that, that's why. I'm surprised my energy levels have been like sticking around this long for this run. Also, I say that obviously we can save time. We can also lose a lot of time. In both of the 2 segments that I'm looking to save time in, we can also pretty much... And the floor always breaks there, I don't know why. The same periods where we can save a lot of time, we can lose all of this time. These runs have a surprising amount of RNG to them, and you'll see why when we get there. Some program ate your inputs. Well, shit. Good luck, little mouse. Enjoy food. Please push me downstairs. Damn it, he didn't. Ah. So if he hits you fast enough at the start there, he can push you downstairs. You don't want to be behind him either because he'll block your way. Fish off this banana now. Oh, so good. I've never been a big banana fan. If there is one piece of fruit I'll have, it's a banana. Oh, that'll get us through the rest of this run. But yeah, I left my room and there's a big giant tub of sweets outside and it's like, oh god. And then I looked in the fridge for food and it's like there's a pizza there and it's just like, yeah, no, this is dangerous. I'm leaving now. See, well, I really want that pizza. God damn. So this is actually roughly about the halfway point of the run. Kind of pizza, it's got some pepperoni, ham, bacon streaks, and olives on it. Get some sleep so you can have all the energy to level GMB to 8 tomorrow. Good luck, Exo. I've been neglecting my Phantasma? I've been neglecting my farm in 14 again. GMB, Gunbreaker.
グランドの支配人
Why they didn't just call it gun, I don't know, but it's GMB. Also, they couldn't use a picture of a gun because they already used a picture of a gun for a different class.
もうわしらもなりふり構ってられんのや国道を舐めとったらあかんでくれ
It's the 4th tank job, and it's the best tank job. Always moving. Right, we want this guy with the gun to go down first, of course, as per usual. Nice, his high primer didn't get me. Hee, I saw you attempt it. Cheeky bugger. Ah, just a slight step away. So, rule of thumb, when we do fights in the Yakuza games, first you want to take out gun guys, because gun guys will shoot you and leave you writhing on the ground in agony. Second of all, you want to take care of guys with knives or stun rods or stun batons, because they will also have you get stun locked, blah blah blah. And then everyone else comes after that. You do have a few exceptions to the rule. There are large lads, as we like to call them. You can't miss them. They're rather rotund. They do flying drop kicks and they're fucking annoying. Massive amounts of hyper armor will just punch through your combos. Ugh, the worst.
あんたに相談するくらいやったら電柱にでもしとくわ
Oof. Ouch. Hey, this is the point where Shakedown can end the run. Fuck me! He turned around! Plug jump! No. Fuck, I was trying to run. Why just despawn Shakedown to the end of the street? I did that on purpose, cough. Whoops. So, when you interact with stuff, any enemies around you basically get despawned. So basically, like... what was I going to say? Basically, like, if you've got an enemy set of aggro on you and you interact with something, then that enemy set of aggro will de-aggro from you. Sometimes you can despawn it, depends on the game, depends on the method. There, I didn't expect to fuck with Shakedown, but I fuck with Shakedown, so get fucked, Shakedown. He's been fucking with me all day. That was potentially run ending if he didn't turn around. I'm not even joking. We cannot get into a fight with Shakedown. We still need the money for Kiryu, but also... Well, actually, Kiryu's money is different from Hajime, but the time that we would have lost... Shit, right, it's this bit. Idiot. Turn around. Fuck. I messed up. We need to go this way. I forgot it was this bit. So basically, the sub-story that's supposed to be here is actually gone. You can see on the map, very briefly there, we're actually being shepherded in a very specific direction. Hey, but yes, they are. They're very niche, as obviously the Yakuza games are themselves, but they're very good. Every Yakuza run is different in completely brilliant ways, which is nice. So what we're gonna do here, more importantly, no fight spawn. Interesting. There's very often a fight spawn there, so that worries me. Actually, I can hear it. That's fine. So we're getting here, obviously, much like we did with Kiryu, we're getting a whole bunch on one completion point off of extra sprint. That sucks. But basically, what we got there was the same as we got for Kiryu, so we got some extra stamina levels, so now we can run for even further without running out of breath. We also got the thing for cash confetti, which we got a little earlier. Did I get into a random fight when I had cash confetti again? I did, didn't I? Oh, I'm mad. Oh, I'm actually mad. No, actually, no, it was before, wasn't it? No, it was before. Fine. Right? Right? We're going to lose a bunch of time coming out of this chapter. It wouldn't surprise me if we lose like 30 seconds. We're still technically on sub 4 pace if that happens, but it's going to be very tight. We're going to need to have a good Colosseum. An almost immaculate Colosseum. And a good finale as well. Neither of these things happen. But yeah, the Yakuza runs are really cool. Some cutscenes are skippable, some aren't. Like, obviously this one isn't. Because it leads into a fight, we think.
そうやってまた逃げんのか。わしにはわかるで。お前が片目なくしてもたんも備えして逃げてきたからやろ。
So, remember I said much earlier how bad Slugger was, but you were going to see it? This is the first fight where you'll see it. So this is when Lee 2. We're going to try and bounce him into a corner and keep him on the ground, hopefully. Not great. This is fine. So what I want to do, hopefully... No, he's not going to let me. Okay, that's fine. I'll just do a normal combo. This is going to set his heat off early. That's bad. Oh, please stay on the ground. So ideally, we want to get him to as low HP as possible without him going into his heat form. What we want to do is we want to change to Slugger and use this heat move as soon as he's like almost up on his feet. By doing this, he goes down and then he stays down. So you can get another entire combo off. We're not going to. We're just going to get him up because we need to see, as we said earlier, every fight's mid-fight QTE. When Lee 2 has the same first QTE as earlier, and then he has a new one. It's more than likely, as Lugu said, it's a lot of similarities with the coat and with also the short hair. It's definitely not Saejima, obviously, but it's obviously very similar. I actually transitioned out of the fight with that. Huh. Never done that before. Neat. Neat. I wonder if that will save time. I don't think so. The good old school stereo there. Find one of them in Shenmue. So we've got to go back to the ground. Now this is the other Shakedown endpoint because as you can see we can't get to the taxi. It's blocked off. So Shakedown's on this bridge, which he isn't, thankfully. We'd be in trouble. Now these guys are. Thankfully they're moving the correct way, so I don't have to cash confetti them because I can just run past. Bye-bye. Beautiful. What are we looking at? 207.20. Probably an extra 45 seconds to get out of this chapter. Okay. It's not too bad. We might not lose as much time as I expected. Actually, a bit more because this is unskippable, isn't it? Cool.
Ah, shiny.
Also, you'll now get to see how amazing and how broken the door is in this room. Watch. Yeah, we're not next to it at all. But for some reason, the hitbox of that door is like halfway across the room. It's great. And then you have doors like this where you have to be practically on top of them. Wow. Actually, wow, if I hadn't gotten into that optional fight, we'd have saved so much time in this chapter. Holy shit. Kinda needed that, that's a shame. Yeah, we're just starting to lose time now. Okay, we lost 7 seconds. We could have saved so much time if we hadn't had that optional fight. Damn. Alright, so this chapter isn't too long. It can slightly glitch out, so hopefully it does not. Now you saw the strat start against Wen Li, but this fight here is the fight that we found it in and the reason why it's so good. We're about to go fight a guy called Nishitani, which is why it's called Nishitani strats. Nishitani, you can basically have bosses that are kind of in like similar genres. So you can have like small and large, we'll say. So with small bosses like Nishitani, when you do that combo that I showed, they stay on the ground. With larger guys like Wen Li, they get up like you saw him get up at the start of the fight. So allow me to show you the quickest and most consistent way to deal with Nishtani. Start off with a normal combo. He's going to go down. As long as you get every hit in, you'll build up enough heat to get to second bar. Wait till he's almost up on his feet. Heat move. Do it again. Because he's a small person, or a smaller character, he actually just stays on the ground the entire time. QC activated. Very good, very good. Now, as long as we don't mess this up, we'll be good to go. One HP. And... That's it. That's all you gotta do. But that's why we call it Nishtani strat. It works very well against characters like Nishtani. Less so against characters like Wen Li, which is unfortunate because Majima's last two bosses are characters like Wen Li. Very large units that don't like to stay down on the ground. I love Nishtani. He's so good.
札の旦那方、わしがこの店を押し込んだ強盗ですわ。えろ、お騒がせしましたな。
はあなんやそれ。
待てや西谷。お前らが女狙う理由は何や。どっからの命令や。
それは次会うた時のお楽しみや。お前はもうわしの獲物やで。マジマか。
たく、なんなんやお前。とにかくこっち来い。
Okay. Right, off we go. So this chapter isn't actually too long, which is nice. There is something in this chapter that can slightly break and go a little slower, potentially even ruining us. You have to be careful of this hostess here. Her talk hitbox is actually bigger than the hitbox of the door. So you have to make sure that you are actually entering the door and not talking to her. So, I just call her fat. No, I said she has a big hitbox. It's like the hitbox of the door in this room. Halfway across the room for some reason. Rude. Hey now.
Yoshi. そんじゃ島野の兄弟とはなしつけとくからよ。それまでしっかりこの店儲けさせてくれや。な。
So trying to conserve my energy with this lack of bloody food shit. So again, this door's hitbox is broken halfway across the room. There you go. Just don't hit the save point. That's why I always go to that side of the wall, is so that you don't hit the save point. But basically, this is all coming to a bit of a climax in the plot, where things are going to twist and turn a little bit, but we got to go through a little bit of plot before that. We're going to have a fight coming up in probably a minute or two. Not too hard of a fight, but to do well is reasonably hard.
でも急いであげないと薬
So, we just got some painkillers for Wenley for his gunshot wounds. We're gonna head over to the warehouse that Odyssey lent us. And unfortunately, when we get in here, we're gonna get stabbed in the back by that homeless guy you just saw, unfortunately. I do it all the time. That's just me in a nutshell, unfortunately. I'll crash after this run, absolutely. Like, for certain. So, for these guys, essentially try and get a group of them together. So, obviously we see the 3 of them together here. It's just about getting, like, as many of them together as possible. So, it looks like it'll be a 2 combo, which is good. This guy will have more health than the other guy. Probably not now. 2 combo is normal. It's very, very rare you can get a 1 combo off against them. So if you can get a 1 combo, you've done a very good job. But again, essentially just make sure you keep them together. So for this one can be a little frustrating. We've got one guy at the back who's going to stay at the back, and then we've got all of these that are going to go after the Mac. So we're going to go after this guy first. It's splitting a little bit, it's a shame, but... Actually hit them a little bit there. Again, spin again. So camera position in that fight, when it ends, depends on the camera position, obviously, when you go into this bit. Now, this is a smaller stealth section. It's not as large as the last one. For some reason, this hiding spot can actually despawn, which is kind of hilarious. It doesn't matter if it does, because you can just wait behind, not that wall, but the wall that we just came out of. So we're just going to wait. After the first guy starts to go back is when you leave, because that guy there, the last one, can take his time to leave, which is super annoying. And he can spot you and then you'll get into a fight. Those guys at the end should never see you. Hopefully we can get around here fast enough that they don't see us. And there you go, that's it. That's all you need to do for the stealth section. Literally nothing else to it. We obviously have one more fight to go, and we also have a QTE to get through, which hopefully we don't fail, because if we fail this QTE, then we are going to get stuck into another fight. There is no chance of Shakedown in this bit. He's despawned when you're with Maxu. Which is probably for the best, because if I turn the corner around to Shakedown now, I'll probably start crying. So if you fail either of these 2 QTEs, you do get into an optional fight. We're not going to do that. Not dead, by the way, just sleeping. As said, we have one last little fight. What are we looking at? 218 coming into this? Okay. It's not bad. Got 30 seconds to do this fight. Can be a bit rough. These guys like to guard a lot. And they have a little bit of hyper armor, more so than normal. I'm going to go for the big lad here, so he doesn't walk away. He's going to hyper armor up. I'm going to move away to try and get rid of his guard. I'm going to ignore him because he's got no HP and he's in aggro mode, so he will run over here. A little unfortunate that we went this far out. We're going to lose a tiny bit of time coming out of this. Yep, 2 seconds. That's fine. We're still okay. Oh, don't want to save, thank you. German Parliament starts streaming on Twitch and now they're banned. Really? Nice. How does that even happen? Yeah, like Al says. Nice. Banning political streams, good. Channel doesn't exist anymore. Huh. How curious. UK Parliament still streaming on Twitch? I believe so. So is the Washington Post when they do like some of the Congress stuff. Useful info being able to see that stuff. It is interesting actually having them on, like having them on an actual stream, isn't it? And also, this is one of the shortest chapters in the game, if not the shortest chapter. There's a very long cutscene that we can't skip coming up in a second. Nice. This one. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to mute my mic.
ちゃんと来てくれたのね、桐生さん。
あまり長いはしない。立花って男から連絡が来るまでだ。それまでの間、頼む。
もちろん。座って。とにかく頭の傷手当てしなきゃ。
レーナ、今錦がどうしてるか知ってるか？
風間組の事務所に詰めているみたい。さっきも出入りしているの見かけた。なんだかすごく怖い顔してたけど。
そうか。ならよかった。
傷そこまで深くはないみたい。消毒だけするわ。
ああ。
Money, Lugu. I'm afraid.
桐生さん、誰か来る。今の時間、もうエレベーターは動かないは
I
ず
just
な
had
の
some
に。
more food. Good.
僕の部屋に隠れて。
Hey, Apache. Hope you're doing good. Sign a contract. I mean, yeah, that too.
堂島組をなめんじゃないよ。姉ちゃん。
Made some taco meat. Nice.
おら、出てこいや、桐生。この店はずっと張ってたんだよ、バカが。
こそこそ隠れてんじゃねえぞ。おら。
桐生さん、ダメ、逃げて。
やっぱり嫌がった。おい、応援呼んでこい。全員だ。へい。すまねえ、レナ。やっぱり俺は。
This is gonna be the run where Nishiki glitches out, isn't it?
桐生さ
I
ん。
feel it in my bones.
もうてめえの居場所はどこにもねえんだよ。桐生。
So, nice short little fight here. We've just got to take care of these two. We want to be careful not to grab the ashtray off the table, so I'm going to try and go slightly to the right. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. That's fine. That'll do. Right. Next fight.
もう逃げらんねえぞ、桐生。ああ。だが、こんだけ道連れがいりゃ、寂しい思いしないで済む。
Ah, his Kiryu is so cool.
まだまだ駆けつけてくる。どうあがいても、地獄見んのはてめえだけだ。
Remember the golden rule. You want to take care of guys with guns first, then knives and stun guns. There's no one with guns in this. There's a whole bunch of people with knives and swords and a stun gun. The other one being, of course, yeah, that's why you take care of them. The one being, if you do have like a good group of people, you can kind of sacrifice that rule. Honestly, I don't want that baseball bat, so I wanted to attack from a distance. Yeah. Nice. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll take that. Kira Bruce Lee? Probably Bruce Lee, honestly. Nice advertising in between the rates, pretty gross. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. I've got one more fight in this chapter, and that's it. Yeah, that is pretty fucked up. Okay, so, Kuze free. He's brought some friends with him this time, and some brass knuckles. What we're going to do is we're going to dodge right to forward so that we can get the sign, and start clearing everybody out. At which point only one guy in Kuze remains. Use the heat move on Kuze. This is going to put him into QTE range. Get him some more. Note where those knives are. Very important. Because what we're going to do is going to go past Kuze, grab a knife, and perform kidney surgery. That's that of Kuze. Oh, excuse me? You actually grabbed me? I hate you. Oh, I was going to save a bit of time there until he did that. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Saved half a second, hooray. Damn it. Alright. So we have a small bit of speed tech here. It's not much. It's the very, very little, but it counts. So we're supposed to follow Oda around Little Asia, but what we can do is we can run past him. Make note of that save point on the left there. We'll be coming back to that a lot later. As long as we run past Oda, he won't speak to that NPC that we were just next to. There we go. Right, so we have to spend the night over in the park. Another longish cutscene coming up. This is like the last period of like longish cutscenes, and then everything else after this is quite bombastic, should we say? Use a word from the 90s. So in the Homeless Park here, you can actually find some of the other more traditional Japanese gambling games. Your Sino, Shohan, Koi Koi, Ochikabu. And here's a guy you may recognize from Chapter 2. This is the guy we gave the beer to. And he's actually going to give us a place to stay. But first, I'm going to get, more importantly, Power Surge 2. We're not quite out of the woods just yet as far as move upgrades go. We've got one more that we need, and that's going to cost another 100 million yen. And we're going to be getting that in chapter 13, I believe. No, 14, actually. I'm wrong. It's one of the two. I think it's 14. Yeah, Power Surge. It is 14, actually. Yes, it is 14.
あんた起きろ。
くそ、奴らだ。
堂島組？
堂島、何言ってる。こいつらホームレス狩りだ。おい、そこにも2人いるぜ。へいへいへいへい。あれ、そっちのやつなんかホームレスっぽくないじゃん。別にいいんじゃね。ここにいんだから同罪だよ。同罪。逃げんなよ。
Welcome back, Lord Mouse. Hope you got good food.
何命令してんの？やめてくださいだろ。なんだこいつ。ああ、やってくれたよ。これ大怪我だよな。一車両一車両。
どうしようもねえガキどもだな。
そうです。僕らガキの未成年です。人殺しても罪になりません。
罪にならなきゃ罰は受けねえとでも思ってんのか。世の中そんなに甘かんねえぞ。
生きがいいね。俺らとやる気かよ。おい、こいつ俺のこと殴ったんだぞ。ぶっくるぜ。ダメ、そろそろ本気でやっちゃう。いっぺん人が死ぬとこ見てみたかったしさ。
Alright, well, this is a pretty easy fight. Now, remember when I said earlier there's a fight we want to avoid baseball bats in? Yeah, it's this one. So again, we want to get our heat up to max, or as close to max as we can get. You see how the other guy left with 1 HP, and these guys went down? That's because, again, the heat that we get and the damage we get from Golden Fist with extra heat. So that's a good little example of, like, okay, this is actually how, you know, a little bit extra heat will actually do a lot more damage. The Golden Fist is just disgustingly strong. And obviously Power Surge 2 helps a little bit there. And it's going to help a lot in the next bit. So off we go. Old Oda here is ready to pick us up.
もう準備できてるなら車に。
Alright. So, a whole bunch of plot exposition, and then it wouldn't be a Yakuza game going to Tojo HQ without having a party over at Tojo HQ. I mean, no party like a Tojo party after all. So, we got a bunch of dudes to beat up. This is the other reason why we obviously get, Power Surge 2. So we need to create some time for Tachibana and Oda to get out. So we're going to be grabbing these bits of furniture because they are very good, as you can see, at clearing up the room. Nuts. Shouldn't have tried that. I know I was too late, and I still tried it anyway. Okay, so now we want to switch to Rush. Rush is obviously a lot faster movement than Beast. Right. So grab this. Hopefully everybody stays together. Ah, that guy dodged. Damn. Shame, but well. Now, here we want to try and take down as many people as we can. I'm going to get punched by this guy, apparently. That's fine, I suppose. We don't want to leave any enemies here to Tachibana and Oda, because they will take their time. I'm actually going to leave that one to them. Nope. This one? No. They can take care of the other one. Wow, he actually... Okay, he didn't shoot me. Instead, he tried to grab me. That's bad. Now, Golden Fist, hello, also works with weapons. This is a bit sluggish. This ain't great. Oh, jeez. So, also works with guns and the like. Go on, get him. Nice. Now, this is the most annoying enemy in this chapter. He's gonna either do one of a number of things. He's gonna guard, he's gonna dodge, he's gonna attack, or he's just gonna take it. And we want him to just take it. Which doesn't happen all the time, unfortunately. He took it. Nice. It's been doing that a lot lately, I appreciate it. So usual is to rush. Punch dude so he doesn't move forward, and now everybody's in a nice line in front of you. Cool, that'll do. This definitely feels like it's a little slow, not gonna lie. I'm a little worried about this. So, you want to grab the lanterns here. They're only 4 hits, but as you can tell, they really do well at like taking care of these guys. So you need like 2 more, I think. I think that was only 1, actually. Okay. Sword guy comes back. And like before, he can be hyper annoying, where he can basically like just guard everything. Like so. And I really want him gone first. Because of that. And his ability to interrupt at every combo. Unfortunately, you can't grab his sword once he's gone. Should be the last guy. Good. That was okay. Not great, not awful. Probably gonna lose a tiny bit of time. We'll also see if we get any optional fight spawns or a certain Mr. Shakedown attempt to stop us here. Because that would be bad.
Kiryu-san.
Do I think I'll play Shimmy Free on release? Highly unlikely. Highly, highly unlikely, I'm afraid. Watching Nara do that? Yeah. Yeah, more than likely. So we still have to be careful of the right-hand side, because that's where Kamoji is, and he will interrupt us, so just be a little bit careful. Shakedown. Good day to you, sir.
よ、桐生君。
Bloody Shakedown. See, we're gonna save a little bit of time, which is nice, but we're already starting to lose a little bit off the gold. That's fine. As long as we save time, that's all that matters. We still have like 45 seconds. 45? Yeah. Yeah, we still got like 40 seconds that we need to save. Hey. Now, speaking of that time save, there's one chapter that will either ensure the run continues or kills the run. It's this one. This is the Colosseum chapter. This is scary shit. This is genuinely scary shit. I'll explain why when we get there, because yeah, this chapter scares me a lot. So, this one we're hoping to take them all down in one combo. Again, a lot of fun. Gun guy first. Ah, he went the wrong way. That sucks. Guy's alive as well. This is a very, very bad Kijin office. Very, very bad. We just lost like 10 seconds there. You're supposed to do that in one combo. Up against it already. That's not the bit I'm scared of either. Now, speaking of points where Shakedown can end the run, right here, if he's on this bridge going towards us, we're in big trouble. Sure, my stamina for it just in case. Nope, we're good. Fantastic. I see that fight spawn, but it doesn't matter. Right, so this is Billiken. He is going to take us down to the underground Colosseum. This is where things get absolutely terrifying. I hope so. It's time to see if our run gets punched dead. So, to get into jail to see Nishtani, Billiken wants us to do 3 fights in the Colosseum. First fight, Ginger Chapman. This guy has a knife. He does not have a heat mode, but he has a lot of guard, and obviously with a weapon, he also has a lot of hyper armor. I don't like Ginger Chapman. That's a bad start already. That bounce is good at least. No, I can't dodge. I can't dodge. God damn it. This is why I hate knife guys. Please drop your guard. God damn it. Doing the quick one to get it out. That's bad. Very bad start. That was a very bad Ginger Chapman. Ah, dear. Right. Dr. Kirito. This guy does have a heat mode. And obviously weapons and a lot of hyper armor. And a running attack that I couldn't stop because I had to change styles. Their guard is the worst thing about all of them. I don't have enough heat to... I don't have any heat items to be able to negate that, so we're just going to knock him to the ground again. Okay, this is decent. Heat mode for him, which we're going to negate by doing the heat mode. And that's it. That's the end of that fight. Very good Dr. Kirito. So, one very bad, one very good. And here he comes. Here he comes. Billiken's eyes going crazy. Say hello to the scariest of the 3, despite the fact that he does not have a bladed weapon. Dead Puncher. Aptly named because he punches your runs dead. I love this lad, but he has a disgusting amount of hyper armor. He has a lot of guard. He might not have any weapons, but he'll punch you out of every one of your combos. Accidental in-fight PB deaths. Yep. Yep. So, he does have a heat mode. We want Dead Puncher to go down as low as he can possibly go. I'm going to dodge because I don't trust him yet to not hit me. Bad start. Very bad start. Spinning to the right so that he hopefully doesn't guard. Nuts. This is actually okay because I can at least get a few more hits in before he goes into his heat. So, the reason why we don't want him to go into his heat is because obviously people who go into the heat have extra attack, extra defense. Nice. You see how he now has hyper armor on his attacks? So I'm going to attack away from him? Almost. So I can goad him into attacking so I can interrupt him like that. Very bad Dead Puncher. Very, very bad Dead Puncher. Well, this PB's fucked. Well, the PB might be fucked, but the sub 4 is fucked. That's pretty much it. Never mind. We can still PB. We can still do a very good PB. This is going to be so hard to run against. At least early game. Jeez. Alright. We carry on. We finish out strong. We still have one more fight in this chapter. Oh god, the next chapter's gonna be very hard as well. Oh no. I just remembered my PB for it. Oh no. Oh no. I want to go back to the Camellia Grove. You can't make me. So, Nishitani, round 2. I'm going to attack away from him because of his fondness for attacking me at the start of these fights. And again, because he's a smaller character and he's Nishitani, we can just keep him on the ground for as long as we need. So we're going to get him to as low HP as possible. He has 2 QTs, and they're not in succession like Wen Li. That's bad. Ooh, okay. Got lucky. Damn it. That activated early. Alright. It's gonna do good damage, but we're not gonna be in range to finish him yet. Okay, I'm just gonna do a normal combo. Oh, fuck, trying around with heat moves. Show me that heat move. Yes! Salvaged. But you saw, like, how quickly that time started to go there. Like, we're not going to lose too much, which is actually a surprise. But, yeah, you can see how much time you can save in this chapter. Ah, man. It's a shame. That is probably the sub 4 dead, but we'll see. Because I needed to save time before this chapter, because this chapter, oh boy. In PB, we did this chapter exceptionally well. And that is all kinds of terrifying. We're off to the Camellia Grove. Grove even, not groove. I keep saying groove. I keep saying groove. It's grove. Gru? No, this isn't Command and Conquer. Not quite.
サガー班一人で大丈夫なんか？
心配すんなよ。
Looks like it's another night where my phone provider doesn't give me signal.
日教連だろうが世良だろうが
Damn.
牧村誠だろうが
That's dumb.
せいぜい玉切れにならんようにな。
真島五郎さんですね。
せやったらなんやねん。
世良の親父はあなたを殺さずに事を収めた。
Yeah, same Nell. Same. I was expecting like a good 20-30 seconds. We kind of salvaged it with the Nishtani fight a little bit. But it just goes to show how much time you can save in that chapter. Like, you can save so much. I'm blaming Ginger Chapman for that. It was part Ginger Chapman, part Dead Puncher, but I'm blaming Ginger Chapman, for sure.
そりゃよっぽど大事なもん奥に隠しとるんやな。ますます行くしかないやろ。
どうしても引く気はないってことでいいんですね。
当たり前やろが。くどくど言っとるんで、誠返すか俺に殴られるか決めんかい。
どちらもお断りします。手加減は無用だ。日教連の恐ろしさを身をもって知らせてやれ。
Hey, so we want these guys to stay together. They stay together. That's good. Okay, good start. I wanted that guy gone before I went through the other two. This is fine because when the next guys spawn, we could already be mid-spin, so we can hit them already. They're gonna aggro, or one of them is. Yep. Good, good. Ah. So now for this group of lads. He's moving away. That's why I cancelled out my freeze blows. This guy first because he has the throwing knives. Fat lad next because he just hit me in the ass. Careful of that guy who just did the drop kick. He has got the most HP. He's not the dangerous one. That'd be that guy. Hits. Nice, that's the hyper armor move. I forgot it had a follow-up, not gonna lie, it's been so long since I've seen it. Bad. I was hoping to drop his guard before then, but he didn't. That's a bit rough. Anyway, now for another unique set of enemies. The Geishas, who have a lot of hyper armor and they guard a lot. And all the fun with the Geishas is that if you can get a group of them that aren't guarding, hit them. Shame this one didn't move forward. That's fine though, I'll take that. Not too bad, not too bad. That was a bit lucky. I thought I was going to get hit by that chair. So take care of him first. He's the throw knife guy. Throw knife guys will interrupt your every combo. Cancel out my own move on purpose there because he's moving away. It wouldn't have done much. Okay, So in this room, you've got a whole bunch of people that are going to come in via the rotating walls. We're just going to try and take care of as many of them near the walls as possible, because as you can see, more enemies will spawn in. They're angry, that's fine, and then obviously we want to go after the throwing knife guy. Nice, and then you saw that, we caught the geishas as they spawned in. Nice. Decent room. Time for our biggest fan. Push him over the other way, but I was gonna say he's gonna attack at some point soon. Yes, he's running the way I want him to go. Okay. Reason why I want to go this way is because of all of this furniture. I did the wrong move, but it's fine. Just keep him here. It's not fine. A lot of times. I'm not gonna fold up any of my jokes. Alright, so Sarah. Sarah is not too hard of a fight in the room. A little rough. Well, you'll be able to afford that trip in a year then, Lugu. He's not that tough. He is one of the hardest fights in the game, but not in the actual run, but in the climax battles that you can unlock, which are a whole bunch of optional battles. So we want to get Sarah into a corner so that we can hit him like that. And much like always, we want to Nishitani strap him down as much as possible so that he doesn't get up and doesn't get his heat on. He does have a counter, it's pretty nasty, he does it in his heat mode, so again, we just want to make sure that he stays down as much as possible. Despite his size, he's actually more of a Wen Li type than a Nishitani type. Good fight so far. We do damage to his QT, that's why I got him up. Doesn't end the fight, but this does. Yeah, losing time compared to the gold look. Ooh, that comedic groove we had was insanely good. Okay. Back on a little bit of track. This is fine. Got like an hour of the run left. This is this is getting to the scary part now. So if you remember back in chapter 5, we had a whole bunch of speed tech that we did to speed up time. We'll be doing that again in this chapter, but we're doing it in a slightly different way. Can't believe we got to this chapter sub 3. Holy shit. It's crazy. I thought we were away from this. Hey Trigger, thank you so very much for the host. Hope you're doing well tonight. We're almost on sub 4 pace. This is kind of insane. This is the run I've been waiting years for. It's not going great lately, but it's going alright. I've been working on the 4-hour run for this game for a good, like, 2 years at this point. Yeah, it's been a long time coming, so nerves are starting to kick in with this run. And had some really bad chapters as well. Like, if we could have just had some better chapters, we'd be right in there. There's still every opportunity, though. Your god running burnout? Nice! Nice, good to hear. Unsurvive the groove? Yep, Grove, that's the one. Yep. Alright, so... Thanks, Nate, appreciate it. Yeah, I hope not to. So... If you remember back in... Oh, if you remember back in... Oh, I fucked up. No. I didn't fuck up. This is fine. So I did fuck up in that I've done this in the wrong order. I was supposed to get a hidden trigger first. This should work the other way around. Should. It's squeaky bum time because I'm committing. So, what we need to do is there's a hidden trigger. There's actually 2 hidden triggers. We're gonna basically... What we were supposed to do was get one of the hidden triggers, come into Club Sega, play Space Harrier, quit out of Space Harrier, play Space Harrier again, quit out again, and then leave. So if I'd have got the trigger first, I'd have got a pager at this point. But I didn't. I fucked up. So I'm really hoping that that still counts, and I can go and get the trigger now, and we'll be fine. There are 2 triggers in Sotenbori. One at the Grand, and one down here at Higuchi Kaikan. Doesn't matter which one you get. The one at Higuchi Kaikan is slightly quicker. Very, very slightly quicker. And once we have this conversation, we should get that pager. If we don't, we're in trouble. Yes! Counted. Whew. Okay, that was squeaky bum time, but we're fine. So now we can carry on. We've just skipped, literally. I had to go to a different taxi point than I'm used to there. I had to, basically, that skipped 15 minutes real-world wait. Thank God. That was terrifying. Alright, night, see Benny. I hope you sleep well. That was absolutely terrifying. Very rarely have I done that in the wrong order. But it doesn't matter, thankfully. We still would have done those steps, but we would have just gone to Higuchi Kaikan first before we went to the arcade. So it's not too bad. We don't actually lose that much time from that, if any at all. Cool. Concentrate now. Concentrate. So, next up is a very interesting segment. It is a throwback to the original Yakuza 1. This is an on-rail shooting segment. So, headshots obviously do more damage, so we'll be trying to get headshots. There's a certain enemy that if we kill too early can glitch this entire segment out. It was that car there. If you saw the... I think it was that car there. If you saw the HP bar. Right, my aim is bad. No, you can't use mouse and keyboard here. Mouse doesn't work, only keyboard. Which sucks. In the PC port of Kiwami, you can use a mouse here. Ooh, that was worrying. Please don't glitch out the camera angle, because then I can't shoot anyone. So for this group of enemies here, you don't have to kill the guy with the shotgun in the back. All you have to do is kill the guy with the machine gun. And then the driver. That felt very clean. That felt very, very clean. Wow.
何の音？
So again, here, you don't have to take care of the guy with the minigun, you just have to take care of the guy with the rocket launcher. Fucking aim, that is. They're so far away, they've not fully glitched out, they've slightly glitched out. That's a shame, because the first part of that went so well. We just slowed down there. So we got one little set piece to get through for the rest of this chapter. If you don't want major plot spoilers, now is the time to look away, because I can't skip some of them. Right, so we've got a whole bunch of guys who are going to come here in a second. We're going to have to beat them. We've got certain ways that we do that. So we're going to start by swinging our fists. Hopefully, we didn't this time, that's fine. Hopefully everybody sticks together. Don't like that. Everybody's too far away. I haven't hit this guy yet. That's a little slow. That's a little slow. Here comes Circular Saw guy. Most annoying out of all of them, this guy. So we're going to go over here, grab a barrel, be careful that he doesn't do that. That's why we wanted to guard. Nice dodge. Very nice dodge, damn. Ooh, that was lucky. He could have knocked me to the ground there. So he guarded twice. You only want him to guard once. Guarding twice is a problem because then you don't do enough damage to the barrel. This is definitely slow. We're going to need this bit to go fast. We're going to grab those gas canisters to the right. And we're going to use them against these guys. Hopefully they'll stick together. Hopefully Circular guy doesn't interrupt me. Good. This is fine, because I can grab a barrel instead, and everybody is now in front of me. Oh, that's not good, though. Oh my god, this is now turning bad. Come on! So the problem with that as well is that those attacks drained my heat, so I lost all the power of Golden Fist as well. Fuck, that's bad. That sucks. Like, we could have had a gold there, but... Nope. There's so many of these near-miss golds that's really costing us the time we need to save. Ugh. Yeah, this is getting very unfortunate right now. So, we need to go back to Little Asia, check up on Tachibana. The final upgrade of the run comes in this chapter. You might even get to see it in this chapter if you're lucky enough. Also, old games where you have to reset the stick after being in an inverted camera angle or whatever the hell they call it. Hello. My mind's all over the place at the minute. Trying to concentrate. So, Dojima family have found us. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the left quickly, grab this cart, and then hopefully hit most of them. Most are dead, not all of them, obviously. We're going to go over here, grab this cart. Start working on this guy, because he's got the most HP. Take care of that guy. Okay. No, not this. Not this. Bit after. Always do that. Always do that here. Because the trouble is, it's the next chapter. I can save some time in the next chapter. We can also lose some time in the next chapter if the game glitches out, which it can do and has done in the past. Here's hoping it doesn't. Final upgrade for Beast. Essence of the Beast Torment. You will see this at some point. If not here, then in the finale. Here we go. So, us and Nishiki rip our shirt off. We got shot, by the way. Doesn't look like it, right? Gonna push this guy along to the left, hopefully get rid of him. These two, specifically, I want to hit this motorbike. Look at how much damage that does. Nice. That was fast. We'll take that. I might have got knocked down, but that was still fast. They ganged up together, which was very nice. That doesn't always happen because one of them sometimes goes after Nishiki. Thanks, Nishiki. Oh, hey, look! A bad fight spawn at the crossroad of Vincent again. Act surprised. Every bloody time. There's always a bad fight spawn there. Always. Right. So, now we need to get a phone call from Elder Chen of Malaysia from this phone over here. Right, so we know where Tachibana is. After the Crescendo building. As you can probably guess by the split, Kuze's over there. Now, something important to note. Every chapter in Yakuza 0 heals you at the end of it, with one exception. This one. So we're going to be going from a Kuze boss fight into the finale, which, ironically enough, is the start of another Kuze boss fight, on whatever health we have coming out of this chapter. So we need to be very, very careful depending on how much we've got left. This is good time, actually. I'm gonna keep quiet whilst you watch one of the best intros to any fight ever.
Soかい。なるようになっちまうもんだな。くぜ
I love that punch so much. Such a cool start to a fight. Kuze round 4. This is where Kuze starts to get actually dangerous. So we're going to try punching Kuze down. Nice, we got it before he hit us. Take care of the other friends of his. I'm just going to try and take care of as many ads. Everyone's split. This is not good. This guy's aggro, so we'll take care of him. Alright, Kuze. The torso ain't great. Come on. Essence of the Beast Torment. Watch his HP bar. That is an entire HP bar. Essence of the Beast Torment is disgustingly good. Nishiki, stop playing with your food and help me with Yakuza, yeah? Shouldn't have done this heat move. I should have built up my heat more to more damage. Oh, if Nishiki had grabbed him there, that would have been it. Okay, we're fine anyway. Okay, we're going to lose a bit of time. Bad Kuze. Very bad Kuze. He guarded for like an entire combo. That was not great. Alright. It's going to be a little harder to sub 4 now. We're going to know how close we are after this chapter. So now we're Majima in Kamurocho. I forgot to mention earlier, one of the nice things when we were Kiryu and Sotenbori, when you are a character in the different area, so it's obviously like Kamurocho for Majima or Sotenbori for Kiryu, you don't have to worry about any sub-stories, you don't have to worry about Shakedown, or you have to worry about our normal fights. Now I have to go to Champion District, and you might be wondering, why am I going to the taxi instead of going straight up there? Well, the reason for that is that going the bottom way is actually blocked off. So it's just a little bit quicker to actually taxi up here, and a little safer. But of course, don't forget we do have cash confetti, so we can get rid of any fight spawn that we want. There's no Komoji to worry about there. That's the fight spawn there. I'm going to intentionally run behind it. Right, they're now going to be in a glitched state. If a fight starts with me here, before we get to the next part, nice, then it's going to get instantly into me. It might have reset this conversation, I'm not sure. Thankfully, this man is not a fight. Nice. Whew. See how this fight goes. This fight has been going well lately, which is weird because it doesn't normally go well. We've got a bunch of dudes who basically have very high HP bars. One cycle here is basically impossible. It can happen. It's happened like once, but it's like never gonna happen again. Usually you want a 2 combo. If it's any more than 3, you've done something very wrong. So that guy on the right will usually move, and he'll leave. What we're going to do is going to run into these guys, and again, damn. We're going to use the same logic as usual, where if we get a group of enemies together, focus on them. That guy should come back to us. He only has 1 hit, so focus on everybody else who has more HP. He came back to us. So that was in the middle of 3. That's not ideal. 2 would have been better, but as far as 3 goes, it was at the start, so I'll take it. Still a bit rough. Still lost like a second or 2 to that. Here comes the scary shit. So, Majima is looking for Kiryu, and he found a business card, and he knows that Kiryu is ex-Tojo, and he knows that he was in the Kazuma family. So we're going to go to the Kazuma family office to find Kiryu, and instead we're going to find somebody else there. Somebody potentially far more dangerous. Inside, we meet the boss himself. He's not actually the boss, but he is the boss. Kashiwagi. Now, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Kashiwagi has the scariest QTE you will ever see. And don't worry, you'll see it. He's also very much not a Nishtani type, despite what he looks like. So he will get up off the floor if we're unlucky. We have to push him into a corner, and it has to be fast. Kashiwagi is one of the hardest bosses in the game, no matter what you do. He's great. Pushed him too far away. We do not want his heat to proc at all. This corner is great, because we can't get pushed too far away enough. No, I did it early. Fuck. I fucked it. I fucked it. I fucked it. We're in trouble. He's going to QT the second he drops his guard. No? Nice. Okay, unfucked. Ooh, unfucked. Ooh. We just got exceptionally lucky. So his mid-fight QT doesn't do damage to him either. That's why we can get him down as low as we want. Which 1 HP would be ideal. So when I said scary QTE, watch. That fast. Wanna know something else? Hey. Hey, dude. Just please stop. Thank you. Even faster on harder difficulties. Faster on harder difficulties. On legend difficulty, with the strats that I use, he takes off 7/8 of your HP bar when you're at full HP. It's a bad fight spawn. Cash confetti! I don't like to stop to cash confetti because obviously we lose time because of that, but obviously it stops us having a fight. It's one of the reasons we get cash confetti on Majima. Actually, I don't know if you can avoid it or not. I think you can. Ah, I went into the wrong place. Why was I going to Stardust? You don't go to Stardust in Zero. Normally you don't see them. Yeah, no, that one is scary. So, here's where we can save time or have the run collapse. Nishiki. Nishiki, wonderful, lovable rogue that he is, he can glitch. And if he glitches, it's not the glitch, he's just guarding like an asshole. If he glitches, the second part of the fight won't carry on for an entire minute. Quick transition. Yes! Let's go! Now just don't get knocked on the ground and we're good. It's been so long since I got the quick transition. His fucking hyper armor. Get out of here, Nishiki! That was a very good Nishiki fight. Almost fucked it up when he guarded, but that was a very good Nishiki fight. We're saving time. I don't know how much time, but we're saving time. We don't have the bad NPC spawn outside of Serena either. Nice. That's good aggro to get. That group there. Because of that group there, we just ran past a different enemy group. And again, like I said earlier, you can only have one set of enemies aggroed onto you at a time. Having that group there, and none out here, yep, none out here, means there's highly likely going to be a group of enemies inside of here, so we're going to chill here, and then run. That's him. That guy that we just walked past was the aggro, which is good. Don't walk, Majima. Now is not the time to walk. Nice. It's only 5 seconds, but every little counts at this point. It's good gold. Told you if we managed to get the Nishiki quick transition, we'd get a gold there. And now comes a nice, relaxing break. So, Makoto is partly blind. That's why we were holding her arm earlier. She's got some of her vision back. Not all of it, but she can make out shapes. So we have to walk. And we're going to be getting some takoyaki. Now, even though we can't run, would you believe there's actually speed tech here? So she's going to fall over like that. And you can see on the mini-map, we're basically the shape of a chevron or an arrow. When we get more than one arrow slash chevron's length apart, she'll teleport us. Now, provided we're not looking at her, she will teleport us. If we're looking at her, we have to wait for her to run to us. As long as we're talking, she won't fall over. So it's going to do it. Watch the minimap. She's right next to us. So she might fall down once more, but we should be fine before we get to this takoyaki stop. This is the first one. Yep, because she starts saying about that she can smell it. Good. This one's random. It's completely random as to when she falls over. No help in it. That's why we just try and walk in as straight a line as possible. Sorry. This is the penultimate chapter before the finale, by the way. Okay, so she's going to teleport forward. I wonder if doing this will get her closer to me. Ooh, she did. Nice. Because doing this makes the camera slightly closer to me, so this might make her closer to me. I've never tried it before. She will fall over once more. Yep, she's going to teleport past the corner, which is actually good. Next, it resets the camera position. She'll hopefully fall down only one more time. And this should be good. This bit's a nice little just chill bit. I quite like this bit. I don't like it in the speedrun, but casually wise, I do quite like it. And it is quite nice speedrun wise, because I can just chill, calm my nerves a bit. Also, despite the fact that this looks like you can fit between that lamppost and that bollard, you can't. I'm waiting half a second so that she doesn't drag herself to me, which would have lost even more time than that. Intentionally took a wait just in case. This isn't a long chapter, but it is a reasonably busy chapter. There's a few things we have to do in it. Right. So we've got a little back and forth here. We're going to have to go get some takoyaki from Akito. And then we'll be right back. So we are a little at the whim of the NPC spawns in this, unfortunately. And fight spawns. This guy in front of us with the ponytail is a fight spawn. Fortunately, he isn't going to bother us. Right. So Makoto has gone to meet with the three lieutenants herself. She's told us to come and go to the empty lot where we found her. And we're going to head over there now. Quickest way is... That was a fight spawn there. That's interesting. Quickest way is to run there. Please no fight spawn in here. Good, 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 good. Cutting through here is the quickest way. Very interesting lack of fight spawns. There's going to be one in here for sure. So we're going to run up to here. Save our stamina. Then run. There isn't. How bizarre. I have no idea where all they went. Sometimes you'll get like a complete load of fight spawns there. It's interesting. Especially when I had the early one. There should have been a second. It might have been like out of view of the camera, but very interesting. Right. So, bunch of guys, you know the rules. There's a few of them with daggers. Take care of them first, but if there's a group of enemies, try and go for them. Obviously, the dagger guys actually do quite like sitting in this group of enemies, like right here. Follow-up was bad. Start of that was fine. I'm just taking care of this guy because he's in the corner, and hopefully everybody else will gather together. Kinda didn't do. Aggroed is not great, so we'll take care of them first. Guy has almost full HP. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. It was so close. God damn it. Right, so. We now know that they are at the Sebastian building. We're off to the Sebastian building. Quickest way to get there is the taxi in the top right part of the map. Yes, the one by the Vincent Crossroad. Yep, I'm already going that way. If I spawn there... I wanted to aggro that. Never mind. That sucks. Because I know I got cash confetti, but I'd rather aggro that and keep running forward. Although that's the fight spawn there. So we got quite lucky. Can't hold X because of that. Okay, good. Sebastian building. Right. This is the last sequence in this chapter. Basically just a big fight. Or there's two actually. There's a big fight against a whole bunch of people. This one usually goes the same way each time. Can have slight deviances, but hopefully not.
Majima! うっさいわボケ。え？お前らに構ってる暇はないんや。道明けな血見るだけやで。さっさとどかんかい、ボケが！
So we're going to start with this guy on the right. He's the aggressive one in this set of enemies, and then we're going to go in a counterclockwise direction. As per usual, just try and take care of people. This guy is afraid, so he won't come to us, so I'm going to him. That guy is aggroed, and he's very, very mean. Not a move I wanted to do, but it works in this situation. Okay, those two split. This guy's got all his HP left. Aggro behind me is going to run in and kick me. Oh, it's him as well. That's a bit better. And same again. Much larger group of enemies this time. Damn it! Damn it! Let me do my combo! I do not want to go all the way over here, but this is what seems to be happening right now. So let's bring it back into the middle of it, shall we? I can go behind me, he goes next. Once we've taken care of a number of these guys, it's a certain number, I think there's one or two more. It was free. The large lad cometh. Same rules as any other large lad. Stay away from him, lots of hyper armor. He's gonna drop kick me as soon as he comes in. Heck you. So, left him on his own. Stop guarding, please. I don't normally do heat attacks against him, but he's annoying, so I'm getting rid of him. it's just a tiny bit slower against, like, solo guys like that, unless they're bosses, of course. That'll do. That'll do. Okay. Just off of a god. Okay. So. I need to save about 33 seconds in this finale. And it's doable. That's the sad part, is it's doable. I gotta play out of my mind. Alright. Yeah, it's doable. Yeah, it is. Majima's section has a big time save in it. An exceptionally big time save. We're talking 20-25 seconds. Potentially more. We just need the shotgun to not despawn. Like it always does. So again, a little bit of speed tech here. It's not actually speed tech, but it's something that the game doesn't tell you about. We need to go find a payphone to call Sarah back, and then once he called Sarah back, he will tell us to go to Elder Chen's restaurant. Now, you can see on the minimap, it's telling you the location of every single save point. Nope, nope, no, 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 bad fight spawn, get out of here. However, no, it's not saying anything for the middle of Little Asia. Until we go inside. Remember when I pointed out way earlier when we were going around with Oda? There was a save point in here? Yup. And it works. So this one, the one that isn't on your map, is the quickest one. That's a good question, Sloth. Also, Eddie from Tekken is the best character. Don't at me. He was actually my main. Eddie from Tekken was actually genuinely my main. Oh no, I'm getting stuck. Please, no! Stop getting stuck. I hate trying to traverse these, like, small corridors. They're awful. A bit better in the new engine, thankfully, but in the old engine, they're still... Eesh. Alright, so, remember what I said earlier. We have not been healed from the previous Kuze fight. Nice, good fight spawn, just went to the left. Very nice. He's everyone with, of course. I loved his alternate costume tiger in Tekken 3, I think it was. Or his ult, I should say. But I'm so glad that he was supposedly good in, was it 7? I never got into 7. Well, I will buy any fighting game that has Kiryu as a character. Thumbs up. Please, Tekken. Kiryu, please. So, unfortunately for us, these guys... We have one guy with a knife, we have one guy with a stun baton, and that guy with the stun baton will attack you faster than you can attack in Beast. So you have to be very careful here. And again, want to build up our heat as much as possible, so I intentionally went towards the stun gun guy there. Because he did try it. HP, no stun gun guy. And much like earlier, just grab the electrical baton. Decent start. We have a lot of HP, we don't have to worry about HP for the next fight. Because remember what I said earlier, we're going right into a Kuze fight. You can see that we are being shepherded along a specific line here. However, this is the one final time a certain Shakedown can appear. And yes, he can appear in the way. Where'd you look at that? Bye, Shakedown. See you later, dude. If I spawn on the right, that's bad. It's going to notice me. Risking it, risking it, risking it. I want to remind you all that we're on this time with a optional fight with Majima. So, sub 4 is definitely very possible. Of course, we could all capitulate in the finale, just because. Roy Smith looks way cooler than Eddie Gordo now. That's true. Have you? Is there any like gameplay of him at all yet? Because I want to see gameplay of him. fifth and final round for Kuze.
よくわかってんじゃねえか。俺を今動かしてるのはな、男の意地ってやつだ。それさえありゃ男は笑いながら死ぬことだってできる。いいよね。上出来だよ。いつでもいいぜ。殺す気でかかってこいや。
Alright, so we're gonna do a very specifically certain moves against Kuze. We're gonna roll back here, grab this coffee sign, hit him a couple times. He's gonna hit us, so we're gonna Essence of the Beast Torment, get rid of an entire HP bar. Gonna go over here and grab this sign. Ideally, I could grab one of the motorbikes, but this will do for now. Now, more importantly, do not use your heat before the end of this fight. Look at that, no cell. Boom. So we cannot use a heat move at this point. It doesn't matter. Uh-oh. I'd say because Kuze's dead. Kuze's faster than us in Beast, by the way. Oh my god, Kuze, I could have golded you, you punk! He might kill me. He actually might kill me. Fucking Kuze. My god, look at... I just lost about 10 seconds to that. We could have been on the sub 4 pace. Fucking Kuze.
Oh, yeah.
Ascot, thank you for the host. Fucking Kuze. I was even trying to, like, I perfect guarded him, but I just couldn't dodge in time because Beast is so slow. That's the one downside to Beast, is that Beast is slow. Ah. That was my opportunity to pull ahead. Alright. Because here's the worrying thing. This next split I set about 2 years ago on PS4 and I have not been able to beat it since. That's how nasty this next split is. Also, that HP we take with us into the rest of the finale I might like to add. Fucking Kuze. We're off against it now. We actually could have been almost sub 4 pace. Are you kidding me? That was such a good, like, such a good set of fights before that. That was also a good Kuze until that very final bit. I do wonder about the motorbike. I gotta heal. I gotta heal. I'm moving slowly if I don't heal. I mean, that's gonna help for the next bit. Now I don't have to worry about my health when we go into the actual finale. Hey Bob, things are going alright. We were looking at almost sub 4, but this is looking very much in jeopardy right now. I've got to have the finale of a lifetime to pull this off. I don't remember how my Lao Gui went. I know how my Shibasara went. My Shibasara was a gold. But I don't know how my Lao Gui went. I think it was a bad one. So... Alright. Here we go. Search the brawler. Watch out for the guy with the gun. Dodge. Also the guy with the grenade. Heat move this guy. Listen out for the gun. Get on the boat. I don't know where the gun went. That's unfortunate. Did it go through the door? I think it went through the door. Fuck, that's bad. The gun would have finished this so fast. It's there. I just saw it. It was under the chair. Very bad start. Exceptionally bad start. So go here, because obviously the trigger is here that we can get for this bit. Watch out for this guy. I'd like the table, that's why I'm coming over to it. The table's a little better than all of these seats. Very nice, very nice. We'll take that. Me trying to skip cutscenes a little too early. So again, you know the drill. Change the brawler. Run forward. Heat attack this guy. I'm so glad they added these heat attacks in the later games. And took that out of one of them. Looking at you, Ishin. No. The other guy's gonna... Did I just kick the other gun away? I think I did. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine when she uses our fists. Not exactly going great. Run up to try and bait an attack, which didn't happen. Because otherwise they just guard. Wow. I hate these guys. This guy's guarding way more than usual today. Okay. I wouldn't say yet, we still got gun corridor 2 here. That's fine. As long as you didn't shoot me, that's fine. Heck those items. No time. We're going. Full heat for the end. That's good. This is the part where we can save time. This is the part where we will either sub 4 or not sub 4. And we need to do very well here. So we're going to kick all the furniture over to them. Get as many in a corner as we can. Perfectly split. This guy being aggro is a problem. Get rid of him. Because he has a lot of... These guys have a lot of hyper armor. Please play nice, Yoshi. Drop your guard. Yoshi gang played nice. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Dodge the guys with the weapons. Thank you. Ooh, that was close. Nice, one combo, right. This is the part where we're either save time or lose time. It all depends whether this shotgun fucking despawns through the wall or the fucking floor. Also guy. It went through the floor. Well, that's it. Sub 4 is not possible. With that shotgun, you can take care of every enemy in this room in 2 hits. That's why that shotgun is important. Yeah, that's a full dead. Damn it. No, I'm gonna get hit. Oh, wow. I don't know how I did. I hate this encounter. Reminder, we have no healing items, which means if we die, that's it. He's gonna DDT me. I hate you! Or whatever the fuck that is. Fuck you and your wrestling moves. Stop guarding, you asshole! Oh, hey. Well, the fucking shotgun didn't confirm it, that did. Healing item just in case. Yeah, this is, not happening. Damn it. Just needed that shotgun not to despawn. Provided we don't die, this will still be a good PB either way. Ah, god damn it. I actually have. I'm gonna go back and look at that footage because I have a theory. I have a theory the way that that shotgun is despawning is via me. I think my combo might be pushing it below the ground or something. Because I always do that combo. I'm curious. I should do the 2 light strong combo. I could probably push him back against the wall. But then you have the problem of it falling through the wall if that's true. Bother. Alright, let's finish it out strong. You have a minute and 15 seconds to finish this fight. Not happening. If we can push Wano into this furniture, we can do an immense amount of damage. Damn it. Ow! The fuck is that move? Well, we're definitely not doing it now. It's not the corner I want. I don't have the heat. Fuck. Oh, I will if I do this. Oh, this is bad. Watch the time start to slip away any second now. Get into this corner. Look at all the health. Look at his health just disappear. Go on, QT. Come on. Don't get hit by this. Doesn't kill you, but it's nasty. I hate that move. Oh, Wano. Yeah, lost 5 seconds. Damn it. I could have saved so much time. The finale is the key to sub 4. The finale is 100% the key to sub 4. Bollocks. That makes me feel very unhappy. I'm running up against the gold Shibasara as well. Now, if we can get the quick cycle Lao will save like 10 seconds. I don't think it'll be enough. So you just want to attack at the start. Lao Gui is perfectly positioned to go into the furniture. You can see that he's lost 2 HP bars already. We want to keep Lao Gui's HP bar as low as possible before we go into the final phase. Unfortunately, Lao Gui does like to just stand up. This would be the time I have a good Lao Gui, wouldn't it? Yeah, this would be the time I have the good Lao Gui, alright. I've been waiting for this for bloody weeks and months at this point. Do I do damage to him in his heat? I think I do. Shit, I should have just hit him on the floor. Yeah, I do. Come on! Let's kick him once there. Actually, I don't. Shit, I should have kept sacking him. Whoopsie! Yeah, you see, I'm starting to lose time already. Like, the quick... Yeah, you do a little bit. The quick Lao Gui is, like, ridiculous. I had it as well. I fucked it up. I don't know why I stopped attacking. I messed up. I completely messed up. Alright! Shibusawa. I can't save the time that I need in this fight. I can't save another 23 seconds. So, we take this fight the same way each time. It's pretty fast. Shibusawa runs towards you so you can actually get off a full combo of beasts to begin with. Maxed out third heat bar as soon as Shibusawa gets up. Essence of the Beast Torment. Watch his HP bar go down an entire bar. And now Shibusawa is in his beast phase. Let him do it. Just let him transition. Don't start punching. You'll lose time to the blocks. This fills back your heat, so yet again, you're at full. We're gonna quick transition, aren't we, Shibusawa? I can smell it coming. Yep, this is fine. We can hopefully get enough of his HP down. We can Essence the Beast Torment. Get some hits in quick so we can skip that QT phase. Beautiful. Absolutely perfect. We're not going to sub 4, unfortunately, but oh, it's going to be close. We do skip an entire phase of this QTE, which is nice. Not enough time. Wait, maybe? No way. Holy shit! Fucking hell! Holy shit! What the fuck was that, Shibusawa?